time. It's that time. It's that time. Transfer deadline a day. What a day. What a day. What a day. Transfer deadline day. Final day for us to do some business, right? Damn. The transfer window has actually gone by so fast, right? The transfer window has gone by so fast. It's already deadline day. And some people will say, hey, this was a good transfer window. Some people will just judge it based on how the players are performing. A lot of people will say we still needed a midfielder, we still need a goalkeeper, but transfer deadline day, it's time, man. It's time. It's a big day, bro. It's a big day. Let's see what we get over the line, but we've already had major breaking news. Antony done, gone. Here we go for Antony. And then here we go for Rasmus. That happened yesterday. So yo, transfer deadline day. What a day, man. What a day, man. What a day. Can Manchester United genuinely get a midfielder over the line, right? Because a lot of journalists, they were saying, yo, never write off Man United. It will go till the final day. And today, we're going to see whether somebody like Jadon Sancho as well. Jadon Sancho, does he stay? Does he go? This is deadline day. Let's just hear a bit from Fabrizio Romano, bro. This is a massive deadline a day.
Martinez is not with the squad. Why? Because Dibu Martinez wants to go to Manchester United.
So Martinez to Man United. That's the main one for today. But a lot of journalists are saying a midfielder might also come.
So let's see what happens now. I try to explain the situation to all Manchester United fans. Dibu Martinez wants to go to United. Dibu Martinez has an agreement with Manchester United on the contract. His agent, Jorge Mendes, is driving the process. So agreement done with Emi. Now, what is needed is the agreement between Aston Villa and Manchester United.
So it's just about an agreement, right? An agreement. Come on. You're saying you're a little bit disappointed that Kobbie Mainoo wants to leave. Yeah, bro. That's a bit disappointing. But with Kobbie Mainoo, he's not going anywhere, bro. He isn't going anywhere. I don't see them letting him go. Transfer deadline day. It's a major day, bro. I don't see them letting them go. And I'll also play what the manager said recently, right? So a lot to discuss, bro. Deadline day, players coming in, players coming out. Of course, Rasmus. There's also a video I want to show the people. Rasmus was in Napoli. He's done his medical. He's done and dusted. They're going to announce him today. Even somebody like David Ornstein talking. So much is going on in transfer deadline day, bro.
After the game of Aston Villa, so between tonight and tomorrow morning, Villa and United will discuss the terms of the Emi Martinez deal. So conversations are ongoing. Meanwhile, wait, let me check. We're online. Meanwhile, it's important to say that while the situation of Emi Martinez continues, Manchester United have spoken again today with the club Royal Antwerp for the situation of Senne Lammens. So Man United have the following situation. They are negotiating for Senne Lammens and they are negotiating for Emi Martinez. They will only sign one. Emi Martinez is pushing to go to Man United. Meanwhile, Aston Villa have called for Senne Lammens in case Emi Martinez goes to Manchester United. So there is this domino of goalkeepers ongoing. Keep an eye on the situation of Emi Martinez because he really wants to go to Manchester United. He's not in the squad tonight, and so a really interesting story. Also, guys, I wanted to mention in this live stream today also the situation of Kobbie Mainoo.
So this is the situation a lot of people want to talk about. Yo, Kobbie Mainoo, but we thought it was Lammens. Looks like the board have messed that one up. Right? We thought Lammens was the guy that was going to come. Lammens was going to be our main goalkeeper. But looks like now it's Martinez, bro. You're saying you hope we can... Bro, I think Ederson would be hard, bro. On the final day, both of those guys would be hard. But with Man United, you can never write us off. We don't know what's going to happen today, deadline day. But, bro, we just hope we get a goalkeeper. We saw with this guy, right? He kept messing up. Bro, it was a mess. So let's just hope we do something, right? Let's just hope we can get a goalkeeper over the line. Kobbie Mainoo, does he stay? Does he leave? I don't think he's gonna leave, but a goalkeeper should be the main one, bro.
I think it's important to touch again on Kobbie Mainoo because we are in front of a situation, really special situation. The player wants to go on loan. Today we had reports of permanent transfer to Napoli. I can guarantee that Manchester United don't want Kobbie Mainoo to go, and also I can guarantee that Kobbie Mainoo doesn't want to go on permanent transfer. So according to my information, permanent transfer is not happening in this summer transfer window for Kobbie Mainoo. Then, loan is the desire of the player. Kobbie Mainoo told last night to Man United and again this morning that his desire is to go on loan, to play, to have the opportunity to develop. I think the quotes from Ruben Amorim after the game with Fulham is not just about the 0 minutes. It's also about your coach going public and saying Kobbie can play if Bruno is not playing. Bruno is a really important player for United, so probably Kobbie was disappointed also about that. When you don't have European football, you are not going to rotate that much. So, that was probably the case. What happens now is that Ruben Amorim said in public,
is there a world where
confirmed in public what I told you last night. Manchester United are blocking the exit of Kobbie Mainoo. Manchester United, board, management and coach all want Kobbie Mainoo to stay at the club.
So this is a transfer that's been blocked, right? I don't see a situation where we let this guy go without a replacement. We need a replacement. Apparently, midfielder might happen, right? There was a clip of David Ornstein just talking about, midfielder might happen. Bro, Lamens needs to happen, bro. Lamens needs to happen. Bro, and I know fans are gonna be disappointed about this. Okay, apparently personal terms with Martinez has happened, but it just shows that we're so disorganized. I thought Lamens was gonna be the guy. The here we go was coming soon last week. So the board have really messed up that deal, right? I don't know if it's price tag negotiations, but let's see. With Emi Martinez, it's moving well. We heard that from Fabrizio Romano. That deal is moving extremely well. Personal terms. And with Emi Martinez, he knows a lot of people at Manchester United, bro. He knows his brother Martinez, right? He knows his brother Martinez from Argentina. And low-key, I want somebody like Emi Martinez because he wants to play for the club. The way he's forcing his way out, the man wants to play for the club. And if you're saying it's a situation of, okay, Emi Martinez, 2 seasons, and then you bring in Lamens next season, because it looks like this Lamens deal is going to be hard, bro. It is going to be hard. Obviously, Lamens, he was the priority for Man United at start of the window. But right now, it's really a mess, bro. It's really a mess. Yeah, we must get like a midfielder today, bro. And Garnacho was sold. Looks like Antony's gone. We got the here we go. Rashford gone. Højlund gone. And with the Højlund, we got some decent money. The Antony situation, it's a 25 million package, 50% sell on close. So that's major, bro. That's the main one people have to look at. 50% sell on close. So if you sell this guy, if they sell this guy, we get 50% of the money, bro. We get 50% of that money. So it's a massive deal. We're really getting some money, bro. We are really getting some money in this transfer window. And, bro, 50% is a lot. 50% is a lot. So we're moving. It's I've been okay with how we're selling people. Even Garnacho, we had a 10% sell on close, so we're really doing a lot of this sell on close type of business. But I want to play a bit of David Ornstein. He's saying
is there a world
it's not
where
over.
Manchester United is still active in the transfer market one way or another between now and when it closes? Kobbie Mainoo potentially out on loan somewhere. Are they still in the market to bring people in?
Kobbie Mainoo wants to leave on loan, no doubt about it. Manchester United do not intend to sanction his departure. You never know if a whopping great big permanent transfer offer comes in. things happen in football, but they would need a replacement as well. So that's extremely difficult. There are many clubs that would like to sign Kobbie Mainoo, but United at the moment are saying he's going nowhere. Could they bring in a midfielder? Maybe on loan before the deadline. That's on the recruitment agenda, whether it's now or in the future. So is a goalkeeper. They definitely want to upgrade. Senna Lamens is a player of interest, but it's not as advanced as people have suggested. They've also got an issue there. Can they move on? Andre Onana, it doesn't look like it. Alti Bayandir, possibly. So that's one to watch before the deadline. And then it's shifting. The likes of Anthony, of Rasmus Højlund, of Malacia, and seeing if they can balance the books a bit.
So we heard from David Ornstein there. These guys are focusing on balancing the books. I think they might still go for a midfielder, goalkeeper for sure. For sure, deadline day. It's just either it's Lamens or Emi Martinez, right? Man United have agreed personal terms with Martinez, but they want to see the situation with Lamens. If Lamens' club genuinely doesn't agree, it's just about the fee right now with Lamens, bro. The fee, these guys are asking for too much. Man United, we know that, Sir Jim Ratcliffe won't overpay. And let's just hope we get something, bro. Let's just hope we get something. You're saying we're moving like Man City on deadline day, bro. And Manchester City, they're in crisis, bro. Hey, they're below us in the table. That's something to laugh at. That's something to smile about. Manchester City, way below us in the table. And yeah, they are moving hilariously, Manchester City. Manchester City, bro. But hey, their start has been horrendous, bro. Right? People thought we're gonna be bad, but Man City, hey, some people say it's unlucky, but it is what it is. They're below us in the table. But this, and also what the manager had to say, right? He talked after the game, but obviously you can see his frustration for the midfield. The midfield is going to be a main frustration for a lot of fans, maybe for the manager as well. We lack legs in the midfield. Even though we won against Burnley, there were moments where you're saying, okay, a better midfield. We win this a bit more comfortably. We control this game a bit better. So I think that's an aspect where the board have let us down. I don't know how people would rate this transfer window. Some people would say, hey, it's a 7 out of 10 since Mbeumo has come in, Cunha has come in. You also have Sesko, but overall, we needed a midfielder. We needed a goalkeeper. So after this, you also need to sell Jadon Sancho, bro. You also need to sell Jadon Sancho.
No permanent transfer. Stay with us. This is the message from Man United. Now, Kobbie Mainoo wants to go on loan, so that's why I told you no panic a few days ago, because Man United really want to keep the player, and Amorim went public saying this cannot happen. We need Kobbie and we want Kobbie to stay. So now let's see how they're going to fix the situation. There will be conversations in the next hours again between Kobbie Mainoo and Manchester United, between Kobbie Mainoo and Ruben Amorim. But for sure, this is one of the big stories to follow, because the player wants to go, wants to play. It's also about the World Cup. There is a World Cup in 1 year, and Kobbie Mainoo wants to be there. At the Euros, he was fantastic, so he wants to be there for England. And so imagine about this opportunity, and not playing at Manchester United for Kobbie is tough, is different, and it's very difficult. So Kobbie keeps pushing to go on loan, but Man United are closing the doors, and they really internally don't believe there is any chance for Kobbie to go. Let's see what happens. What I can tell you behind the scenes is that more than 10 clubs, around 15 clubs, called the camp of Kobbie Mainoo asking for a potential loan.
So a lot of people are in for Kobbie Mainoo. Over 10 clubs, bro. Over 10. That's a lot. That is a lot. Over 10 clubs want to take him on loan. So that is a lot. But Man United have blocked that deal completely. Yeah, bro, we are going to sign a goalkeeper for sure. But I don't think saving money in January for a midfielder, it's we need a midfielder right now, bro. Because if we leave it to January to bring in a midfielder, by then the season is over. By then the season might be over. I think just go out there, get your goalkeeper, get the guys you need, bro. Get the guys you need, because yes, the transfer window hasn't been bad, bro. I've been impressed. Mbeumo signing of our transfer window. He's been the guy for our transfer window. I think Sesko still needs some time to develop. I think the criticism on Sesko has been a bit harsh. He needs some time to settle in. Also, Cunha, you can see he's struggling, but a lot of the people are struggling. So the only signing we've brought in that's doing well is Mbuemo, you're saying keep in mind if Amorim is really here to stay for a whole season, then he could make a great signing. Maybe, bro. But we do have issues right now, bro. So I think saying that, okay, we'll deal with our issues in January, by then the season is gonna be over, bro. It is gonna be over. I think right now, the way the Premier League has started, teams are inconsistent. You can see, okay, of course, Man City, they'll be in the top 4, but they've started inconsistently. They're below us in the table. You can see somebody like Tottenham, they lost their game. So I think it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for top 8. Obviously, fans are saying we need to get a minimum top 8. Let's aim for like a Europa League or something like that. I think teams won't be consistent. We saw how Chelsea were playing against Fulham. They got lucky. So if we can get a midfielder, get some consistency, we have a chance for something like a top 8, top 7. I think we have a chance for that with a midfielder, with some consistency, and with a goalkeeper, bro. Goalkeeper is the main one for me because we saw Altay Bayindir. That's the reason it was still 2-2 against Burnley. The man made a mistake. The goalkeepers made a mistake. So, hey, we need a goalkeeper, bro. You're saying Dogu has been terrible. You're saying maybe need a wing. I don't think Dogu has been terrible, bro. I don't think Dogu has been terrible because preseason he was the player of the day. Of course, the last game he played, Dogu wasn't the best, but I don't think he's been horrendously terrible. Maybe wing back, maybe we have to focus on that next season, bro. Right wing. I know a lot of people are saying, yo, we need a right wing back, this and that. But that should be next season because Diego Dalot, I think next season we shouldn't be going into a season with Diego Dalot. I think somebody to replace Diego Dalot, that should be January next season. But right now, it's just about a midfielder, bro. It is just about a midfielder with Ruben. The man was talking.
Well, I think we deserve in the end to win the game. I think we create a lot of chances. We should go to the halftime with a bigger advantage, and then everything in this moment, every possession near our box, they can score, and we are in that moment.
So basically, the manager here is saying, yo, in our box, they can score. Low-key, he didn't want to say, hey, it's because of the goalkeeper, but low-key, that's what he's basically saying. In our box, they can score. He didn't wanna scapegoat the goalkeeper, but low-key, that's what he's saying. Yo, in our box, they can score because of mistakes, bro. Because of mistakes, and we need a goalkeeper. That's another sign showing you that, yo, we need a goalkeeper. We need somebody to come in. Yeah, you're saying we need more crosses from Dogu, but I don't think it's about crosses, bro. I don't think it's... He does so much. His energy in the game. Of course, I think it's just the manager's instructions. Dogu in his previous club, he was crossing week in, week out. I just think it's an instruction from the manager just telling him, yo, okay, keep it simple. Don't be doing this, don't be doing that. So Dogu, I think he will come good, bro. We've seen a lot of good games from him. I don't think that position is a major thing where we say, yo, that's a position we need right now.
So we stuff, always chasing a lot of things, but we deserve, and we try until the last minute to score goals. We had our chances, and in the end, we deserve the win.
I'll just ask you about Mason Mount and Matheus Cunha, how they are.
I don't know. We will check them. We need that guys really bad to be really competitive.
Well,
you said yesterday, Ruben, that sometimes you love your players and sometimes you hate them. And sometimes a bit in the middle. I imagine you went through all of that. A bit.
Yes, some moments, but when they put the effort, I will always love them. Even when Amad is missing that kind of goal, I love Amad. If he's giving everything, and I think that is the we need to understand that we should have always be on this level of effort, because even in the game, we play well in the beginning. I think we struggle when we change the characteristics of the players because the match is not so perfect, and you can feel it. The team struggle a little bit, especially in the second half. But the effort was always there. We try to put the ball in the box. We put more people inside the box, not just around the box to play the ball. So some of the things that we worked during the week and spoke about, they were doing that. They were focused in the game. So that is the most important thing.
So some major breaking news as well. Looks like that Jadon Sancho, Emi Martinez swap deal might genuinely happen, right? Aston Villa are in talks with Manchester United over Jadon Sancho, and Man United want Emi Martinez. So that's coming in. A lot of people are saying that might be a scenario for deadline day. Jadon Sancho for Emi Martinez, a swap deal. But the only problem with that is, will Jadon Sancho accept a move to Aston Villa, right? Obviously, we've seen Jadon Sancho. He's rejected so many clubs. The guy has rejected so many clubs. So that's another situation where Jadon, will the guy accept this deal? That's the only thing, bro. That is the only thing for us, right? Will he accept the wages? Obviously, we know how much we're paying him. We're paying him so much, over 300,000 a week. So he's getting paid a lot. He's getting paid a lot. Will he accept a pay cut at Aston Villa if this swap deal happens? I think they are exploring some type of loan. If it's a loan deal, I think it goes through. But if it's a permanent transfer, then that might be an issue, bro. That might be an issue. But yo, at least we got the 50% sell-on clause on Anthony, a 10% sell-on clause on our boy Garnacho, obviously, and also with Rasmus, it was a good price, man. It was a good price for Rasmus Højlund. He's in Italy. I think I have a video of that. Just let me play a video of Rasmus in Italy. I think he's gonna do well, bro. He's gonna do well. I have a video of that. Rasmus doing his medical, things like that. Let me show that on the screen. So a lot is happening, bro. A lot did happen. A lot has happened, and I just wish Rasmus Højlund luck, bro. Let me get this video on the screen, man. Let me get this video on the screen. Rasmus doing his thing, doing his medical, and it looks like the Italian fans already love him. The reception for him was insane. So with Rasmus, can you go out there to do what you need to do, right? Nobody wants him to struggle, bro. I don't want the guy to struggle. It is what it is. It didn't work out with Rasmus Højlund. It is what it is. But here's the video of him actually completing his medical, man. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane for Rasmus Højlund. Where is it? Here it is, man. Rasmus. So this is Rasmus completing his medical.
Matti, che parte? Vieni.
Crazy situation, man. And you can see the fans already love him, Rasmus Højlund. So I wish him luck. Let's hope he does succeed. Let's hope he does well. No bad blood for Rasmus. Looks like he's officially a Napoli player, bro. He's officially a Napoli player.
Fate spazio per favore, grazie. Facciamo spazio per favore. Grazie per favore.
Facciamoci un attimo le famiglie, ragazzi, per favore, grazie. Noi liberiamo un po' il corridoio, per favore. Grazie.
Spazio per favore, grazie.
So you can see how the fans love him already, man. They're shouting Rasmus, Rasmus. The people already love him, man. So I wish him luck. No doubt about it. Good luck in Serie A. Good luck in Serie A. Good luck in the
Is
Italian
out.
league.
Dibu
But
Martinez is not with the squad.
we wish
Why?
him luck, bro. We wish him luck, Rasmus. So let's see. He might succeed, bro. I think Italian league is suited for Rasmus. His pace, his power. He'll do well with Napoli, the manager they have, linking up with Scott McTominay, linking up with Kevin De Bruyne, a lot of ex-Premier League players at Napoli right now. So Rasmus Højlund, I have no doubt that the guy will succeed. The guy will thrive. The guy will be eating, right? He will eat in a situation like that, bro. But, yo, so it's Emi Martinez or Lamens, bro. I'm still shocked. I'm still shocked how we failed to get the Lamens deal over the line, and now we're in a situation where you're talking about either one or the other. I thought goalkeeper would be done by last week. Last week was a week to finish the goalkeeper. Some of the players are going for international duty right now, so that's another situation. But we're doing something, man. We are doing something.
Richard and Simon. Hi Ruben, I'm just wondering if you sort of talk about the situation with Benjamin Sesko, because you didn't bring him on when either Cunha or Mount was injured, and also the other night he only took the 10th penalty, which surprised people. So
everything is connected. So he finished the game with cramps, really in the limit. That's why we protect Ben from the penalties. And today was that reason also, because Josh is also a striker, he's an international striker. But I was thinking that Ben, during the preseason, he didn't do 90 minutes. And he did that even against a 4th division team. He did that on Wednesday. And with the problem of Cunha, you don't know if that full game in the middle of the week has something to do with the injury today.
So that's an injury update on Matheus Cunha. Matheus Cunha, obviously the guy went out before the final, like he went out with an injury, right? Matheus Cunha went out with an injury. Looks like that injury isn't too serious. After the international break, we'll get a realistic point of view of when the guy will return. But right now, the manager is saying, he doesn't really know an estimated time on when Cunha will come. He's saying that injury, it's also because of the Carabao Cup or Wednesday game and overload on the players, the training, the type of training the players are doing. So that's another update on the injury. Let's hope Matheus Cunha isn't out for too long, bro. We're gonna need him during the season. Let's see, after the international break, we'll have a realistic point of view where, okay, Matheus, he's gonna be there or not. But injuries are already happening, man. Injuries are already happening. That's why I said, if we get an injury in the midfield, we're screwed. Get a midfielder. And we heard some links, right? But Fabrizio Romano shut these down heavy. Obviously, Stiller links, they were happening yesterday. A lot of people are saying, Stiller to Manchester United, it's gonna happen. But looks like, Fabrizio Romano came out to say there are no current negotiations. Man United are not talking to the guy. Man United don't have him on the list. So Stiller is not a player Man United are looking at. If a midfielder has to happen, it's going to be either Carlos Baleba or some other unknown midfielder. So let's see. Transfer deadline day. This is why we love it, bro. Looks like Mark Guehi to Liverpool is looking unlikely. Obviously, Liverpool, they got Isaac, bro, if Liverpool don't do a treble today, they spend over 400 million, not even thousand, 400 million pounds. So that is a lot. If Liverpool don't win a treble this season, then they have underperformed based on the signings they're making, bro. But with United, Jadon Sancho, that's the only guy we are trying to get rid of, right? We are genuinely trying to get rid of Sancho. He's the last one. Tyrell Malacia, Sancho, deadline day. Can we sell these guys? Midfielder, can we bring one in? Goalkeeper, who is it gonna be? Martinez or our boy Lamens? For me personally, I want Lamens because long term, you're stuck with Lamens long term, right? Long term, he can give you something. Obviously, with Martinez, he has experience in the Premier League. He knows the league extremely well. We've seen him do well in the league. But, bro, I think Martinez, for me, in 2-3 seasons, we're going to get rid of him. You're saying Grimsley was a turning point? I don't know, bro. I don't know. We have to see way more games. Because you're saying the only way is up. But let's see, bro, because our next fixtures are hard. They are hard. They are difficult because Manchester Derby, Man City, they lost their previous game. They're going to be motivated to win against us. We're going to be motivated to win against them. So that Manchester Derby, it just gets exciting, right? And then after that, you play Chelsea. It gets exciting as well. So the next few games would determine whether that was a turning point, but we didn't play well against Burnley, bro. We didn't play well. But, hey, we tried to do something. Right? Let me play this from the major critics, right? The major critics are impressed.
But let me see. I'll also start exactly as I'll finish. It was Burnley. Manchester United's only task was to beat Burnley today. It didn't matter what else happened. As long as Manchester United won, that was job done. And there are a lot of positives you can take from it. We're not talking about the goalkeepers, probably the first time this season. And Mbeumo gets his first goal for Manchester United. Very well taken goal. Bruno Fernandes has bounced back from was it midweek or last week disappointments. And people leave Old Trafford with a real feeling of buoyancy to the point where there are discussions as to whether to turn the corner.
Huh?
Which brings me back to my opening point.
So some people think, hey, this is a turning point. Some people still think, yo, we're in a massive crisis. We need a midfielder. We need way more to keep some consistency. I think Burnley, they are a poor team, right? We have to keep in mind that Burnley are a poor team, right? We're gonna still need a midfielder. I know fans want to get excited saying, yo, we beat Burnley, last minute winner, this and that. But I don't think this is a turning point, bro. We still need way more. Burnley are a poor team, bro. They are a poor team.
It was Burnley. So you take the positives just because there have been so few this season. And you could argue that 3 days ago was as low as we've seen and spoken about Manchester United. So you get the 3 points, you get a win, people are feeling good. All of a sudden, the 2 weeks now, given the international break, feels a whole lot different than had it been 2-2. But again, it was Burnley.
But a win is a win, Frank, and we could see with Bruno Fernandes' celebration that was a huge relief for him and the team.
Yeah, that was a huge relief. And
so breaking news just now. Manchester United agreed personal terms with Lamens. So looks like we've agreed personal terms with Emi Martinez and Lamens. Wow. So negotiations still going on for Lamens. But bro, I'm gonna keep everybody updated with this. Lamens, apparently personal terms agreed. That's why we're saying it's either Lamens or Emi Martinez. If Lamens comes, looks like there might be a scenario where Jadon Sancho stays, right? Because the Emi Martinez deal, apparently it includes Sancho. So let's see what happens with Sancho. Just based on this, right? This is Laurie Whitwell. So this guy is really close with Man United. He gets a lot of things right. He's genuinely saying Man United have agreed personal terms with Lamens, right? Still a transfer fee with his club. We're still negotiating the transfer fee with his club, but that's a positive sign. That is a positive sign. For me, Lamens is the guy I want. But, bro, looks like Emi Martinez is forcing his way out, right? He's forcing his way out transfer deadline day. I wouldn't even write off a possibility if we get both, bro. I wouldn't write off that possibility, getting both Emi Martinez and Lamens, because Lamens is still a young goalkeeper. They might just do a situation where Emi Martinez is the main guy to this season, and then Lamens is the backup, and then we possibly sell both of these guys, bro. We possibly sell both of these guys. You're saying that they're a flight, from Antwerp to Manchester. I don't think he's gonna fly. We still need to agree the fee, bro. We still need to agree a fee, but this is positive developments, bro, because we need this guy. We need this guy to just come in, stabilize us, and just the potential of this guy, bro. The way people are talking about him, yo, he's the next Courtois. Yo, this guy, the way he saves. Obviously, I have heard that, okay, he does make some mistakes, but that's what you're gonna get with a young goalkeeper. There will be mistakes. There will be situations where you don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know what they're gonna do long term. But bro, this is positive. This is positive, right? If you can get this guy over the line, it's a statement. It is a massive, massive statement, bro. It is a massive, genuine statement, because just get him in, bro. Just get him in. We need a goalkeeper. We saw Altay Bindier costing us games. He almost cost us that Burnley game, bro.
He was right to appreciate the moment, but I think the job is done because somebody from Burnley decided to make the most stupid mistake at the 97 minutes of the game. Otherwise, it would have been a draw, and it would have been a drama a minute after in the dressing room.
So a lot of people are saying, yo, without that penalty, it is a draw. We understand that, but hey, we got the penalty, man. We're still gonna celebrate.
I appreciate that you got the 3 points, but you're far from being out of the issues, the problems, what have been maybe the misery of your game, because that's still not that good. And as Shaka said, it was against Burnley.
Yeah, so to the point that Shaq and Frank are making, that it was Burnley, what I would say to both of them is that a few days ago, it was Grimsby.
And that's the point, bro. You have to beat what's in front of you. So a lot of people will say, yo, it was only Burnley. I understand the situation, bro. We're a long way from competing. We don't have consistency. We don't have midfield. And really and truly, let's just see, is Ruben Amorim gonna be here for the long term? So there are a lot of question marks, man. Question marks with the midfield, question marks with the goalkeeper, question marks with the manager, bro. You're saying should Onana should get Onana instead of Martinez in a swap deal for Sancho. I don't think they'll take Onana, bro. They already have a goalkeeper better than Onana. I don't think they will take Onana, bro. They already have a goalkeeper way better than Onana. They already have a guy that's doing their thing. With Sancho, he was a good signing when we signed him, bro. Best young player. He was doing his thing in Germany, but it just hasn't worked out. I don't know why. Every player we bring into the club, it doesn't work out. Sancho didn't work out. Anthony didn't work out. Malacia didn't work out. So from the Ten Hag signings, I think the only successes were probably Casemiro, Martinez, his injuries as well, but he was low-key a success. So I would only say, yo, Casemiro, Martinez were the only low-key successes from the Erik ten Hag era. I think the last season of Erik ten Hag, I think those signings were club signings. I don't maybe De Ligt, we know Ten Hag was pushing for De Ligt. I think he was a success as well. But yeah. Oh, Onana, the midfielder for Villa. Bro, they're not gonna let him go, bro. Last day, they're not gonna let him go. But I agree with you, yo. Instead of Martinez, we push for Onana. I agree with you, bro. Yo, they're not gonna let him go, bro. They are not gonna let him go. They are not going to let him go. Final day of the season. And you saw Aston Villa, they are crashing out. They lost to Crystal Palace. They got destroyed by Crystal Palace. But that's down to Glasner, bro. That shows you how good somebody like Glasner is, right? Somebody like Glasner is. So another update from Fabrizio Romano. Fabrizio Romano with an Instagram post. Man United still working on Lamens and Emi Martinez. So those are the main guys for transfer deadline day. No real noise on a midfielder. No real noise on who's going to come into the midfield. But looks like, deadline day, deals are happening, bro. Deals are happening deadline day, but at least, hey, personal terms have been agreed with Lamens, bro. Personal terms have been agreed.
It was cringe.
Yeah.
So any game and every game right now is difficult for Manchester United, and one of the initial points you made there, Shaka, is that they just needed to win.
Yeah.
And so, look, if you're Manchester United, you're really different than other days, is that at the very least that they've turned the corner. But you would have thought that with the lack of confidence that this group has, then maybe they would be hesitant in the way that they played. And that wasn't the case today. You can say a lot of things about Manchester United, but today, at the very least, they were competing, and they were together in trying to compete and in trying to win the game. And the other thing I would say is, I want to applaud the Manchester United fans at Old Trafford. You've all have been subjected to some nonsense over the last few years. And I mean, it's been terrible. And somehow you continue to believe that this team is going to give you joy and happiness.
But it's not only the match day going fans, it's every Man United fan, bro. Like, we stick by this team, bro. Even when we finish 15th, this and that, bro, we're sticking by this team. And I think, it's every United fan, bro. It's not just the match day going fans, bro.
Because over 90 minutes plus, this stadium jumping. I mean, all over Burnley and all over these players to try to somehow squeeze a win out of this. So I think that the fans themselves understand how difficult it is for this team to win one game. One game. And that, if I'm Ruben Amorim, all I'm thinking, and it's something that he addressed there in the press conference, I'm thinking about doing one thing. It's just winning today.
And that's the main mindset, bro. Take it step by step. We shouldn't get carried away because we know our team is inconsistent. When you get a win, celebrate it, bro, because it's going to be a long season. It's going to be an inconsistent season. We're going to lose a lot of games, right? We are going to lose a lot of games, especially if we don't get a midfielder in. So every win we get, even if it's Burnley, you celebrate it because we know it's going to be a long, long season for us, right? The season won't be easy. The season will be difficult. The season will be hard, bro. It's going to be a hard season for us. We're going to lose a lot of games. That's why every win you get, every W you get, you got to celebrate it. You got to just say, thank the Lord. We got this win. Thank the Lord. We actually did what we needed to do. And thank the Lord. Breaking news, bro. Breaking news. Apparently, a private plane. Let me just put this. A private plane for our boy. Our boy has been booked. Our boy has been booked. So let me just read this out. A private plane supposedly booked last night for Lamens to Manchester United was cancelled. So apparently that deal was agreed, but that private plane was cancelled because they're still negotiating a fee. So we know this plane, this is the plane Man United used for all their players, right? This is the private plane Man United will use for all their players. So apparently it was booked. Let me put this on the screen. Let me put this on the screen because usually you can. Let me put this image on the screen so that people can just see what I'm trying talk about what I'm trying to just display. Usually when it's a situation of a private plane and things like that, you know, there are logs, right? There are websites where you can keep track of a plane. You can keep track of a certain type of plane. And this is Man United's private plane. Apparently, so this is the plane that was booked for 11 this morning, but apparently it was cancelled. So this is apparently Man United's private plane, private jet. It was cancelled. It was meant for Le Mans. This was meant for Le Mans. So there are websites where you can check the activities of a private plane, right? Especially major planes like a private plane for Man United, a private plane for the president, let's say Donald Trump's private plane. You can check. There are websites you can check logins. Okay, maybe let me give an example. If Donald Trump wants to take a plane to this country, take a plane to that country, you can there are websites where you can genuinely check the logs. Maybe if it's Elon Musk's private plane, you can check logs of, okay, has Elon Musk made a booking for this plane in the last week or in the next few days? So this is what has happened. Man United had a booking for this private plane for Le Mans, but it was cancelled. So apparently this has been cancelled. Let's see. We heard a situation of, Man United do want to get this over the line. They do want to get this guy done and dusted. But it's going to take some time, bro. It's going to take some time. Let's see what happens. I hope we do get this man over the line. But the fact that, his private plane is really, really and truly Fabrizio Romano saying, personal terms have been agreed, this and that. It's just club-to-club negotiations. That's dragging the deal on. It's positive, man.
We cannot project what this team is going to be because winning one game is so stressful for this club right now.
Also, let me just add, and while I focus on a lot of the positives for Manchester United coming out today, and I'm sure Ruben Amorim and this Manchester United dressing room will do exactly the same for the next 2 weeks. When they come back off of international break, I think you see some of the same issues in the game today that we discussed in the game against Fulham, the last league game against Fulham. In that, from the time Manchester United take a lead, they do not at all look comfortable. They did not against Fulham when they went 1-0 up. They did not today against Burnley. To their credit, they held out for 20 or 30 minutes. Then all of a sudden, Burnley gets an equalizer. But again, to Manchester United.
So, hey, I think the main thing is that we got over the line, bro. I said earlier on, it's about taking this thing step by step, right? It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be a difficult season for sure, bro. For sure, it's gonna be a difficult season. But for me, my mindset is, let's get over the line and let's do what we need to do right now, bro. Let's just get over the line, do what we need to do, and take it game by game, step by step, right? We have so many flaws in this team. Goalkeeper, midfield, they are questions on the manager as well. So we have so many flaws in this team, bro. So it's just a situation for me where you're just talking about, let's do what we need to do. Let's just do what we need to do, step by step progress.
Credit. They go straight up the end virtually and get themselves back in front. 2 minutes later, Burnley had the ball in the back of the net, albeit disallowed. 7 minutes after that, Burnley equalized. And then it's at the last kick that Manchester United get the winner. Manchester United, in their last 2 games against Fulham and Burnley, when taking the lead, have looked like they have no idea what to do with that lead. And had Bruno Fernandes scored that penalty in the 85th, I'm not sure they'd hold out. Because they just lack such confidence in themselves. The other thing I want to say, right? I have a little bit. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that you started positive, but then you became negative.
Yeah, but no, well,
became negative.
We have to think of the positive, but then you have to address the negative, right? I've got a little bone to pick here. Cunha goes down injured. Xerxes comes on. What happened to Sesko? Why you turn down Newcastle to do that?
What?
Wow,
That's it?
Yeah.
That was your bone to...
So obviously there is pressure, bro. There is pressure for Man United. We just have to take it step by step. Of course, we're in a crisis, but bro, we knew it was gonna be a hard season, bro. We knew it was gonna be a hard season, especially with this Cunha injury. That makes it harder. And overall, bro, can we just get some consistency, right? That's all I'm begging for. That is all I'm begging for. Consistency and just getting some results over the line. That's all I'm begging for right now, because it is gonna be hard, bro. It is gonna be hard. But whatever we do, it's just about getting results now. Getting results now, right? Getting results now. But just trying to keep updated with everything. Obviously, Royal Antwerp, we're still negotiating with them. Martinez, I won't even be shocked if we get both of these guys over the line. Both of these guys, because Fabrizio Romano coming out just now with an update about, the Emi Martinez deal depends on Jadon Sancho. So this is dependent on Jadon Sancho, bro. So Emi Martinez to Man United is dependent on what Sancho does, what Sancho says, what Sancho
Because Dibu Martinez wants to go to Manchester United. So let's see what happens now. I try to explain the situation to all Manchester United fans. Dibu Martinez wants to go to United. Dibu Martinez has an agreement with Manchester United on the contract. His agent, Jorge Mendes, is driving the process. So agreement done with Emi. Now, what is needed is the agreement between Aston Villa and Manchester United. After the game of Aston Villa, so between tonight and tomorrow morning, Villa and United will discuss the terms of the Emi Martinez deal. So conversations are ongoing. Meanwhile, wait, let me check. We're online. Meanwhile, it's important to say that while the situation of Emi Martinez continues, Manchester United have spoken again today with the club Royal Antwerp for the situation of Senne Lammens. So Man United have the following situation. They are negotiating for Senne Lammens and they are negotiating for Emi Martinez. They will only sign one. Emi Martinez is pushing to go to Man United. Meanwhile, Aston Villa have called for Senne Lammens in case Emi Martinez goes to Manchester United. So there is this domino of goalkeepers ongoing. Keep an eye on the situation of Emi Martinez because he really, really wants to go to Manchester United. He is not in the squad tonight.
And that's the thing. The guy is forcing his way out, right? The guy is forcing his way out. That's the main thing. So, hey, it's a long day, bro. It's a long day. I think the here we go will be in the next few hours, bro. Because the way everything is moving, the here we go for a goalkeeper is going to be in the next few hours. The way everything is moving, bro. The way everything is moving. Transfer deadline day. There's news here. Left, right, and center, right? We've agreed personal terms with Lammens. Apparently also with Emi Martinez. But it's just about who we get in first, right? The Emi Martinez deal, it depends on Jadon Sancho. Does Jadon Sancho take these guys on? Does he play for Aston Villa? Bro, so much is going on. Deadline day, bro. Deadline day. I'll try and be live until that here we go. At least for a goalkeeper. We are also working for a midfielder. But while we're just there, I will be reacting to what some of these guys are saying about United, this and that. Fabrizio Romano bringing every Fabrizio Romano update, David Ornstein update, and yeah, David Ornstein also. Everybody's talking, bro. Everybody is talking. Everybody is keeping it active. It's deadline day. So many deals are happening. So, bro, even Sky Sports, I will be reacting to what Sky Sports are saying. Bring some clips here. their deadline day. Everything is happening, bro. Everything is happening.
No doubt about it. Manchester United do not intend to sanction his departure. You never know if a whopping, great big permanent transfer offer comes in. Things happen in football, but they would need a replacement as well, so that's extremely difficult. There are many clubs that would like to sign Kobbie Mainoo, but United at the moment are saying he's going nowhere. Could they bring in a midfielder? Maybe on loan before the deadline. That's on the recruitment agenda, whether it's now or in the future. So is a goalkeeper. They definitely want to upgrade. Senna Lamens is a player of interest, but it's not as advanced as people have suggested.
And yeah, that was a few days ago, but now it is really advanced. We have personal terms agreed. Fabrizio Romano came out just recently. Personal terms are done and dusted. Come on, man. Deadline day. And just, you see, football is a crazy sport, bro. Football is a crazy sport because a few days ago, it was all panic station. I know it's still panic station right now for United, but it's crazy how our season has gone, right? It's crazy how our season has gone. Arsenal game, we played well. It looked like, yo, our start to the season might be amazing. It might be great. And then Fulham game, we drew that game. Oh my God. David Ornstein, wow, we're live, bro. David Ornstein, wow, we're live. So it's a David Ornstein update. David Ornstein, wow, we're live. Let me bring this on the screen, guys. Let me bring this on the screen. Aston Villa on the verge on an agreement with Jadon Sancho. So David Ornstein, wow, we're live right now. Wow, we are live right now, bro. David Ornstein bringing out a massive update. So that's why, yo, this transfer window, I'll try to stay live for probably half the day, bro. So while we're seeing some of these situations, I will just, let me bring this on the screen. So Jadon Sancho looks like he's going to Villa. Jadon Sancho looks like he's going to Villa. David Ornstein with the update. Jadon Sancho looks like he's going to Aston Villa. It's a transfer deadline day. So much is happening, bro. So much is happening. Let me put this there. So Jadon Sancho looks like he's going to Villa. There we go. David Ornstein coming out. Aston Villa. There we go. Transfer deadline day. It's really happening. It's really happening. Aston Villa on the verge of agreeing for Jadon Sancho. Looks like he's genuinely going to Villa, bro. Looks like it's really happening. An agreement with Jadon Sancho to Aston Villa for a season loan. This is major. Looks like Emi Martinez, we heard from Fabrizio Romano that, yo, if Jadon Sancho leaves, Emi Martinez is leaving. So it might be a situation of Emi Martinez coming to Man United, but looks like Jadon Sancho is joining Aston Villa. Wow, transfer deadline day. Anthony, here we go. Jadon Sancho going to Villa, season loan. And let's see, is it an obligation to buy? I don't really think so. So looks like Jadon Sancho might leave Man United on a free when this season loan finishes. So this is the perfect scenario for United. I think the best situation would have been us selling him permanently. We're still waiting for a situation where we get in a goalkeeper. Maybe it is Emi Martinez, but Jadon Sancho is out of the door. Transfer deadline. What is going on? A lot of deals are happening. We also need a midfielder, but no noise about the midfield. But at least Sancho is out the door. Hey, let's see how much of the salary these guys actually cover. But this is a massive update from David Ornstein, bro. This is a major update. So Sancho out the door, and we just need to take it step by step right now. All right, take it step by step. Looks like all the players we tried to sell are sold. All the players we tried to get rid of are gone. So that's major, bro. That is major. I just wanted to also just
Grimsby Town
react to this as well.
in a penalty shootout that seemed like it would never stop.
So
in terms of recent EFL,
a lot of things happening, bro. A lot of things happening. But I'm just happy that Jadon, he's out the door. He's no longer at Man United. Of course, it's just a loan, but it's a good deal. I think Villa will cover a significant amount of his wages, which we needed. And with Sancho, just get rid of him, man. Just get rid of him, start again. So this might mean Emi Martinez might be the guy, bro. This might mean Emi Martinez might be the guy, but I just want to also just react to what these guys had to say a few days ago, bro.
Records to get in during the penalty shootout. I was on the schedule to come in, expecting a Man United win.
So yeah, Jadon Sancho over the line.
Because they're playing Grimsby, League Two, bottom tier of the pyramid in professional football. Once you drop out of League Two, you're into what we call non-league, right? And then it can spiral down from there. Embarrassing isn't strong enough, is it? It's not. I can't swear on TV, but embarrassing isn't strong enough. Just awful. Absolutely awful. Ruben Amorim, do you remember after the Arsenal game? He said, we've shown today we can beat anybody. Well, they lost to Arsenal on that day. They lost to Fulham. Did they lose to Fulham?
They drew.
They drew at Fulham. And they lost to Grimsby.
So you can see how fast football changes, bro. Arsenal, we started well. We drew to Fulham, Grimsby, and then it's just going to be an inconsistent season, bro. Burnley, we won, but last-minute penalty. So it's going to be an inconsistent season, bro. And obviously, let's see. Ruben Amorim, apparently, he's going to have some talks with the board this week about his future, right? So that's another situation we're going to hear news about this week. Ruben Amorim, his future. The board meeting is going to happen, I think, on Tuesday or something like that. So Tuesday, Wednesday, he's going to have a board meeting when these players go out for international break.
Grimsby Town. He's on his... I tell you what, do you remember Steve McLaren with the brolly up at Wembley? The Wally with the brolly. Man United, all right, a few changes, I get it, but a few stars. And by the way, half-time, Agati off. Who was it, you that said, or somebody else? What the hell does he do? And they chased him for 60 million. Off at half-time. They brought Fernandez on, and I can't remember who else.
And Burmo and De Ligt.
Yeah, they brought all the big hitters on. They should have been 3-0 down before they equalised, because Grimsby were creating chances. There was a downpour during the game, which really, I think, helped the Grimsby players, to be honest, because they were up for the fight. But during the second half...
So now it's officially confirmed. Officially confirmed. Here we go. By Fabrizio Romano. Jadon Sancho as well. Officially confirmed by Fabrizio. Here we go for Jadon as well, man. Here we go. Transfer deadline. A lot of things are happening, bro. A lot of things are happening. It's a here we go for Sancho. And, hey, we needed this. We needed this. Just getting Sancho out the door. Getting his wages out the door. So we are cooking, man. We are cooking with Jadon. Jadon gone to Villa. So, yo, that's just something we want to see, bro. We want to see things like that, right? We want to see situations where you're getting rid of some of these players. Big up Fabrizio Romano for that as well. He's the guy confirming a lot of deals, bro. He's the guy doing the business, right? He's so active right now. I'm gonna be bringing all the Fabrizio Romano updates as they come in. Yo, deadline day, bro.
We have this Man United manager on a tactics board, one of these little things with his coaches, right? Looking like a right plonker, right? Going like that. You know, you're playing Grimsby Town. And you're on a tactic. You need to go on a tactics board to figure out where the space is and how to beat them. I mean, the whole thing is just, it's utterly embarrassing. Even if you're a Man United fan, you must be sitting here thinking, this is a shambles. An absolute shambles from back to front, and the goalkeeper and the manager, what he says. I mean, honestly, I can't tell you. By the way, sorry. Well done, Grimsby. I've got to say that. Well done, Grimsby. What a day for these boys. This manager, this club. This little fishing town in England, which is not the prettiest. Nobody really wants to go there. Let's be honest about it. They've just knocked out Manchester United in the Carabao Cup. right? Knocked them out, and at times outplayed them and created some really good chances. So this is I don't know what the worst result in Man United's history is. I don't know. I'm not a very historical person. But this has to be arguably it, or certainly up there. That's how bad this is. Can you imagine getting back in that Man United bus and going back to Manchester? Oh, what a shame. What a shame.
Listen, there's a lot to take away from this. Well, one,
So, let's see. Some people are saying, hey, that Grimsby game, maybe it's a wake-up call for everybody at the club, right? Everybody at Man United, right? That Grimsby game, it wasn't the best. It wasn't the greatest. But I just hope we never see results like that again, bro. Results like that where it was underwhelming. It was underwhelming. Of course, the Burnley game, at least we won, but the performance wasn't unbelievable. But yo, Sancho, at least this guy's out the door. I'm happy, bro.
Well done on what Craig said. Well done, Grimsby. I thought.
Yeah, if we don't really get a midfielder, bro, the transfer window looks different. It genuinely does look different for us.
To them for the game they played, the way they held their nerve late on, the way they held their nerve through the penalty shootout. It was unbecoming of a League Two side against a Premier League side. Credit to them for that. But from a Manchester United perspective, what you saw in the first half, I thought highlighted how poor a squad this is. Because while Amorim...
And that's what everybody has been talking about, bro. The squad isn't as good as what people think, bro. The squad, especially the midfield, isn't as good as what people think, right? A lot of people think, yo, we have a world-class midfield. Oh, Bruno Fernandes is world-class. Casemiro is world-class. Kobbie Mainoo is world-class. But sometimes we overrate our midfield, bro. I think a lot of people, we do overrate our midfield. And some people, they think our squad is amazing. But, bro, we have a basic midfield. We do. As United fans, some United fans overrate our midfield. But we have to look at reality, bro. We have to look at reality. Our midfield isn't the greatest.
May have been able to offer as a defence, but have made changes. The front three started with Amad Diallo, who's Manchester United's best player last season, Cunha and Sesko, who they spent an awful lot of money for in the summer transfer window. The back three, albeit Fredrickson and Heaven as two of the back three, and of course Onana in goal, yes, to make changes. But still, I feel that offers a little, or could have offered a little excuse, a little bit of cover. The midfield is without.
And that's the thing, bro. Too many fans overrate our midfield. Our midfield, I think we need to just look at this summer transfer window and say, okay, yeah, if we don't get a midfielder, it's a bit average. It is a bit average because focusing on one position, bro, you need a full team to compete. You need a full organized team to compete, to go to that next level. You need way more. You need way more, bro. You're saying if we want to compete for Europe, yeah, the midfield, bro, the midfield is needed. I think minimum we should have done like a minimum two midfielders or something like that, bro. That should have been the situation. It should have genuinely happened, bro. It should have genuinely happened. A minimum two midfielders, minimum two guys. We let ourselves down. I think if you're judging the transfer window right now without a midfielder, I would say 6 out of 10, man, because your most important position, you haven't covered it. Of course, look at the whole situation. We've changed the whole midfield. We've changed the whole attack, right? Rashford, Sancho, Højlund gone, and then you've brought in 3 new attackers as well. So I think the attack, we've solved that situation. But overall, the midfield needed to happen. You're saying you watched the Crystal Palace game with the same formation. Yeah, Crystal Palace, that's what I was saying, bro. Glasner, he's really doing his thing for Crystal Palace. and they played way better than our setup, bro.
Bruno Fernandes is much of a muchness in that it could have changed. Yes, Mount has started the season so well, but this quite easily could be Manchester United's starting midfield for Bruno Fernandes apart. Then you make the changes at halftime, and you get yourself back in the game, albeit again late to Harry Maguire header. But that changes the conversation around Manchester United and this performance. And had they gone on and won this, the conversation is then, well, it shows how small our squad is, that really some of those fringe players are not good enough. But you cannot, again, just allow the game to get away from.
And that's gonna be our main headache this season, right? That's gonna be our main headache this season. Most of our players, bro, they do lack consistency, right? Our midfield does lack consistency. Most of our players do lack consistency, bro. It's gonna be a long season. It is gonna be a long season, just based on that, based on the fact that we have a team that lacks so much consistency. We have a team that lacks so much in the midfield. Let's see, bro. Let's see. Transfer window, we're still pushing for that goalkeeper. Let's hope somehow, some way we do get a midfielder in the final minutes.
You in the way that it did. Grimsby had one rightly disallowed. Had another that they absolutely should have scored. Was that to make it 3-0?
Yes.
Absolutely should have scored. And then you kind of flail a little bit, but then as ever get Harry Maguire up the other end and albeit from a set piece gets an equalizer. So there's a huge opportunity missed. And we were saying on the weekend how much of a difference a week makes in football. You go from a very good performance in a losing game against Arsenal to now you should have lost against Fulham, as Craig was talking. We discussed that on the weekend. You got to win.
And football changes so fast, bro. One moment you're looking good against. That's why the inconsistency with Man United is a headache, right? It is a headache. The inconsistency, especially with our midfield. I'm always shouting this, bro. I'm always shouting the inconsistency with our midfield is insane, bro. Yeah, bro. City lost 2 in a row. I think it's panic stations for Man City as well, because they thought they were gonna be Premier League favorites, this and that. But bro, the transfer window, we're gonna be live, keeping updates. Obviously, that's the first here we go. The Jadon Sancho is the first here we go, but apparently Fabrizio Romano saying, yo, expect another here we go for a goalkeeper in the next few hours. So transfer window, we're gonna be live, bro. We're gonna be live for the majority of the transfer window. We're gonna react to guys like this, just talking about Man United as well, bro, while we're just waiting for the major bomb. Goalkeeper, probably a midfield as well. But yeah, Man City are in panic stations as well, bro. Manchester City are in panic stations as well, bro. I just love it. Bro. I just love it. Yeah, City are gonna cry. They thought they were gonna win the league, right? They thought they were gonna win the league, but it's back-to-back losses. Pep Guardiola, I think it's more embarrassing for Man City, for them to be below us in the table, based on the transfer window they had. Ryan Cherky coming in, Reinders coming in, and you're losing games like this, right? Tottenham beat them, Brighton beat them, and maybe let's make it 3 in a row. Guys, we can genuinely make it 3 in a row losses for Manchester City. If we win that Manchester derby, we can make it 3 in a row for City, bro. I just pray we beat Man City. Make it 3 in a row. 3 losses for Pep Guardiola in a row in the Premier League. Man City are in a crisis, bro. Manchester City are in a crisis. But for us, we can genuinely make it 3 in a row for them, bro. So after that international break, that Manchester derby is going to be insane, bro. It's going to be insane.
With one there, you can make the argument that you got away with well, Grimsby were fortunate with the second goal. I thought it was handball in the build-up to it. But no VAR, it stands. So maybe...
Yeah, sure, we can make it 3 in a row. Let's hope we do. Just beat Manchester City, make it 3 in a row. And yo, yeah, we do need Cunha back. But I played it earlier on what Ruben said. Let me play that again, bro. Let me play that again. Because Cunha, Ruben gave an update on that.
We need to understand that we should have always be on this level of effort, because even in the game we play well in the beginning. I think we struggle when we change the characteristics of the players, because the match is not so perfect and you can feel it. The team struggle a little bit, especially in the second half. But the effort was always there. We try to put the ball in the box. We put more people inside the box, not just around the box to play the ball. So some of the things that we worked during the week and spoke about, they were doing that. They were focused in the game.
So yeah, he's just giving like a good update. And with Fabrizio, I'm gonna play everything he does, bro. Everything Fabrizio says, every tweet, every Instagram post, because he's also appearing on TV, companies like Sky Sports, companies like BBC, on different platforms, bro. Fabrizio, transfer deadline day, he's appearing on a lot of platforms. So here I'm gonna keep everybody updated with everything transfer related. When Fabrizio said, here we go, we gave that update. Apparently, here we go for a goalkeeper is about to come as well. So much is happening. Transfer deadline day, we're active, bro. It's just a major day, bro. It's just a massive day. Fabrizio Romano as well. I'm trying to get another video of Fabrizio, but transfer deadline day, bro. Transfer deadline day.
Man United shouldn't be having.
It's Grimsby.
Yeah, they shouldn't have to worry about there's no VAR or sort of handball. They're playing Grimsby Town, for God's sake. This is such a gulf, even between a very bad Man United side. There's such a gulf between these boys.
You're saying you're actually surprised Liverpool got Isaac. I'm not really surprised, bro, because Fabrizio Romano was saying, yo, Isaac to Liverpool, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. I'm just surprised with the fee, bro. 130 million. Wow. The fee is the one where you're asking questions. So a lot of deals are happening, bro. It's really, really crazy. It's really, really crazy. And bro, Liverpool have spent over 400 million in one window. And they're still going for Guehi, right? They're still going for one more player. So realistically, they can spend over 500 million in one window. That is crazy, bro. 500 million pounds in one window. Oh my God. Yo, these guys are spending money, because Florian Wirtz over 100 million. Isaac over 100 million. Wow. If they don't win a treble, it's a failure. It is a failure. I'm not gonna lie. So Man City, we can make it 3 in a row, beat them. Manchester Derby, make it 3 in a row, losses for Pep Guardiola. I think when we play Liverpool, the thing with Liverpool, they always find a way to get over the line, bro. They always find a way to get over the line. But transfer deadline day, bro, Sancho's gone, Anthony's gone, Højlund, I think he's gonna do well at his new club, bro. I think he's gonna do well at his new club. But deadline day, we're doing what we need to do. Fabrizio Romano keeping the updates. Fabrizio Romano coming up clutch. So, hey, he's also saying, don't underestimate us. Do not underestimate. I still have a belief that a midfielder will come through. The way the manager was talking in his press conference, the way Fabrizio is giving hints here and there, I still believe a midfielder is going to come in. You're saying you're not afraid of City. Yeah, we can beat them, bro. We can genuinely beat them, make it 3 in a row losses for them. I think we can move, bro. We can move. You're saying you're so jealous. You're so jealous. Yeah, Liverpool, bro, the way they're moving. The way they're moving, bro. The way they're moving, because even Ekatike, he looks like a good signing. They've made some really good signings, bro. Isaac, he is a good player. Bro, obviously Frimpong, he's injured, but hey, Frimpong will come. They've signed so many players. And with Liverpool, it's not like Man United where they're just signing in one position. With us, we're just making signings in one position, bro. I think with Liverpool, you can see it's different positions, right? They're going for defenders. They're going for midfielders. They're going for attackers as well. So it's all over the place with Liverpool. It's way more organized. But yo, with us, bro, transfer deadline day, we're gonna be active, bro.
Between these players in terms of the talent level, you want a positive for United? Brian Mbeumo got his first goal.
Yeah, he also got a goal against Burnley, bro. So Mbeumo, he's gonna be a guy that's gonna be turning up for us. He's gonna be a guy that's gonna be turning up for us. But yeah, people are spending money this transfer deadline day, right? These people are spending money in this transfer deadline day, right? Deadline day, a lot of people have cash, bro. A lot of people have money. Money is being spent. Money is being spent. Can we spend some money as well? We have to wait and see. But bro, deadline day, just do what you need to do. Do what you need to do. Go to the next level, bro. Go to the next level. Deadline day, it's about what we can do, bro. It's about what we can do. And Fabrizio doing what he needs to do. Let me bring another Fabrizio Romano video in this deadline day.
But you know, let this sink in. Shaka just mentioned the chance that they missed, it would have made 3-0. And then, say, and I know this is hypothetical, say that the officials had deemed that Harry Maguire had sufficient control, which he hadn't. Let it sink in that Manchester United could easily have been 4-0 down against Grimsby Town. Before Brian Mbeumo gets his first Manchester United goal from open play anyway, before he scored a penalty, then missed a penalty. They could have been 4-0 down. I mean, seriously. Against a team of boys that just wanted to run and fight and had a bit of pace, and it was the biggest evening of their career. They might not get an evening like that again, some of these lads at Grimsby Town. It comes and goes sometimes, and you spend a career in the lower leagues, and the Carabao Cup comes out, or the FA Cup comes out, and you're playing another lower league side. You're not playing a Manchester United or a Liverpool, so some of them might not get another opportunity, and they wanted to roll their sleeves up and go out, and they wanted to take it, and they did. What did Man United do? They did what they've been doing now for 18 months, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. They were absolutely awful. And a manager who, once again, plays 3 centre-backs. Grimsby Town, 3 centre-backs. Won't change his style. What?
But let's see where we go, bro. Let's see where we go. I just wanted to bring these updates from Fabrizio, bro. Transfer deadline day, Fabrizio Romano is active. And, yeah, Fabrizio Romano is active. Let me just bring this video on the screen.
So,
here we are.
Ciao, Fabri.
Ciao, Fra. How are you?
It's going to be a busy day. I was just saying that it's one of the busiest deadline days that I remember. So many things are happening, so we don't lose any time. And we start with, what's your latest news? So what's happening?
Let me start, first of all, with welcome to our deadline day. We started last night with Alexander Isak, Bomba, and all the rest. And now we will be together here, jumping live sometimes here on the channel to update you. Deadline day, remember, guys, powered by Kraken, because time is running out. The window closes. Remember, 8 p.m. European, Central European time, 7 p.m. UK time. But with crypto, you have 24/7, 7 days a week, all year round with the let me start with Donnarumma to Manchester City. I told our Manchester City friends in the chat last night when I did the live stream, wake up early because there will be big news for you, and our Fenerbahce fans as well. And now Ederson to Fenerbahce is done, 13 million euros, and Donnarumma to Manchester City is done, 30 million euros plus add-ons, around 35 million euros. Donnarumma is in Italy to undergo his medical. So the medical.
That's crazy though. That's crazy because we were also linked to Donnarumma. Right, early parts of the transfer window, we thought Donnarumma was gonna come to Man United, but looks like he's going to Manchester City. That's a good deal for Man City, bro. Somebody like Donnarumma, bro. That's a good deal for them. That's a great deal for them, bro. That is a massive deal for them because Donnarumma, he does his thing. He's a competent goalkeeper, and you can see. Everything is just it's a mess at Man City, the way they're conceding goals. So they're gonna need Donnarumma, bro. They're gonna need. You're saying Ten Hag has been sacked? Is that true, bro? Is that true? Fabrizio Romano saying Erik Ten Hag has been sacked. Is that real, bro? Is that real? Let me check. Yo, deadline day, so much is happening, bro. So much is happening. So Fabrizio Romano, what? Is it Fabrizio Romano, bro? Ten Hag has been, oh my God. Oh my God, already. The season just started. The season just started. Wow, 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 wow. The season just started. This is an exclusive from Fabrizio Romano. Fabrizio Romano with the excuses. Erik ten Hag has been sacked from Bayern Leverkusen. Wow, 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 wow. A few games into the season, the man is already gone. The man is already gone. So Erik ten Hag sacked. Wow, 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 wow. 2 games. After 2 games, Erik ten Hag has been sacked. He's been fired. After 2 games, exclusive from Fabrizio Romano, Erik ten Hag has been fired. It's game over for him. He's done and dusted. So wow, whoa, what a day, bro. Transfer deadline day. You were getting Sancho gone, Ten Hag gone, bro. Oh my God, and it wasn't great for Erik ten Hag, right? Preseason he got beaten by, I think, a Brazilian team, under 16 team, and then the start wasn't really good enough. So they put the plug early. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, you're saying Ten Hag is not a good manager, bro. He is struggling. He is struggling. Wow. Ten Hag has been fired. That's coming from Fabrizio Romano, an exclusive from Fabrizio Romano. Ten Hag fired in the international break. Wow, transfer deadline day, a lot is happening, bro. A lot is happening. Wow. Yo, a lot is happening.
Will take place in Italy, not in Manchester. He's with the national team, so he will arrive after the international break.
I know a lot of people, yo, they didn't really like Erik ten Hag, but bro, wow, after 2 games, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I know they've lost some players, Florian Wirtz, this and that. But bro, oh my God, it's still embarrassing to get fired after 2 games. It's still, regardless of whether you lost to this guy, that guy, it's still embarrassing to get fired after 2 games. Yeah, his team has lost a lot of good players. Florian Wirtz, Frimpong, midfielders, bro. It's lost a lot of good players. It's lost a lot of players. But bro, the game is the game, bro. You took the job. You took the job. When you took the job, you should have told them, yo, I only want the job if you're gonna try and keep out some of our best players. But yo, getting fired in only, that's crazy. 2 games? That is the craziest moment there. Yo, Ten Hag has been fired. Ten Hag has been fired, man. Yo. What a crazy moment. Transfer deadline day. Yo, so much is happening, bro. So much is happening. Come on, come on.
In Manchester to sign in as new Manchester City player, but everything is done. And so what I always told you, despite all the denials, Gigio Donnarumma to Manchester City is here we go. And many more movements, because I think, Fra, before entering in all the others, just quickly, Alexander Isak is undergoing his medical right now.
Exactly.
As a Liverpool player. 6-year contract, remember, 2031, £125 million paid by Liverpool. For Newcastle will be 130 because they also get solidarity payment. And don't forget about Antony. Another big story of the morning. Antony to Betis is here we go.
And that's the main one. That's the main one we're talking about. Antony to Real Betis. Here we go. It's done and dusted. He's going to join Real Betis. The price tag, it's a good price, man. It's a good price. It's a good price tag. And we've made some money from this. 25 million euros. So 25 million euros for Antony. That's a great price tag. 50% sell-on clause. That was a great here we go from Fabrizio Romano, bro. That was a great here we go. Transfer deadline day. Hey, things are moving. Ten Hag has been fired. Sancho's gone. Antony's gone. Hey, the market is active, bro. The market is active. You're saying same with Amorim. If he keeps the stubborn, they might genuinely fire him. I agree with you, bro.
To Betis, Manchester United receive 22 million euros, 3 million euros in add-ons, so 25 package, 50% sell-on clause on the profit. So we will explain after the window how the sell-on clause works for Antony. But let's say for the moment, 25 plus 50% sell-on clause, and the player undergoes a medical today at Betis. And so, end of this story.
Talking about Manchester United, Fabri, I think many United fans I see here in the chat want to know about the goalkeeper situation. So, because we know that Manchester City are signing a goalkeeper such as Donnarumma, is also Man United on the verge of signing a goalkeeper as well?
Look, Man United are on the verge of signing a goalkeeper. Yes, they need to make a decision, and it's going to be very soon. I try to explain Man United fans the situation.
So it's going to be extremely soon, right? So let's see. Goalkeepers, we have two options. Emi Martinez, Lamens, bro. Emi Martinez and Lamens. Who do we bring in, bro? Malacia apparently is still injured. So selling him, it won't really happen because he won't pass his medical. It seems like he's going to stay just based on you need to be fit to pass a medical test. If you're injured, you can't genuinely pass a medical test. So with the Tyrell Malacia deal, we might just have to be waiting. Well, we're going to be waiting for that, bro. We're going to be waiting for that. We are going to be waiting for that. Let me just try and sort out the Wi-Fi, bro. The Wi-Fi is tripping a bit. But, yo, a lot is happening. A lot is happening right now. A lot is happening right now. Let me just play that back while the Wi-Fi is tripping, man. I don't know why it's tripping. I do not know why it's tripping, bro. I do not know why it's tripping. Yeah, Lamens, bro. Lamens needs to happen. Lamens needs to happen. Lamens needs to happen. But Ten Hag fired. That was a massive update from Fabrizio. Eric Ten Hag fired. Lamens needs to happen. Come on, come on.
Because that would be big news for you and our Fenerbahce fans as well. And now Ederson to Fenerbahce is done, 13 million euros. And Donnarumma to Manchester City is done, 30 million euros plus add-ons, around 35 million euros. Donnarumma is in Italy to undergo his medical. So the medical will take place in Italy, not in Manchester. He's with the national team, so he will arrive after the international break in Manchester to sign in as new Manchester City player. But everything is done. And so what I always told you, despite all the denials, Gigio, Donnarumma to Manchester City is here we go, and many more movements, because I think, Fra, before entering in all the others, just quickly, Alexander Isak is undergoing his medical right now as a Liverpool player. 6-year contract, remember, 2031, 125 million pounds paid by Liverpool. For Newcastle will be 130 because they also get solidarity payment. And don't forget about Antony. Another big story of the morning. Antony to Betis is here we go. The player is back to Betis. Manchester United receive 22 million euros, 3 million euros in add-ons, so 25 package, 50% sell-on clause on the profit. So we will explain after the window how the sell-on clause works for Antony. But let's say for the moment, 25 plus 50% sell-on clause, and the player undergoes a medical today at Betis. And so, end of this story.
Yeah, hey.
Talking about Manchester.
So much is happening, bro. Too much is happening. And the Isak deal is the one where I'm saying that's the shocker for me, bro. That is the shocker for me. Isak to Liverpool, that was the one where I was like, yo, that type of money, bro, these guys have money, bro. These guys have money, but yo, at least things are moving. At least things are moving. Transfer window active. We're moving. We're doing what we need to do. Man United, come on, get a goalkeeper. Try and get a midfielder final seconds. But
Fabri, I think many United fans I see here in the chat want to know about the goalkeeper situation. So, because we know that Manchester City are signing a goalkeeper such as Donnarumma, is also Man United on the verge of signing a goalkeeper as well?
Look, Man United are on the verge of signing a goalkeeper. Yes, they need to make a decision, and it's going to be very soon. I try to explain Man United fans the situation. On one way, they have Senne Lammens, the young goalkeeper from Royal Antwerp who wants to go to Man United, but at the moment there is still no club-to-club agreement. Around 25 million euros is the request. Man United started at 17. Then, on the other side, there is Dibu Martinez, with an agreement with the player, not yet with Aston Villa. But what's going to happen? Man United will sign only one goalkeeper, not both of them. Then, Lammens can go to Aston Villa if Emiliano Martinez goes to Man United. If Lammens goes to Man United, we have to see what's going to happen with the future of Emi Martinez. That's the situation as of now. But Emi Martinez could depend on Sancho.
And there, Sancho, we got a here we go. Sancho, we got a here we go. So, and let's just hope a midfield situation is the thing we're really worried about, bro. What midfielder comes in? Who genuinely comes in? That's what fans are asking. That's the main question. Manchester United, please Do not let us down with a midfielder, bro. Do not let us down with a midfielder.
So the understanding is that if Sancho will be included in the Emi Martinez deal, Man United can proceed with El Dibu Martinez as new goalkeeper and with Sancho going to Aston Villa. As it would be smart for Man United to save a big salary, to include a player they don't want anymore in the deal, and to get a top leader like Dibu Martinez. On the other side, if this is not happening, depending on Sancho has to decide what he wants to do. If he wants to go to Aston Villa, if he wants to wait for different opportunities, maybe out of Europe, we will see what's going to happen there. But based on Sancho, this story could change. And so Man United eventually can go for Sané Lammens. So they are keeping both options open, also because, guys, it's not a long time before the window closes. It's almost 7 hours,
Yes.
so 7-8 hours. So we have to see what's going to happen.
More, yes.
But for sure, Man United, will sign a new goalkeeper.
So yeah, that's definite, right? That is definite. A new goalkeeper, bro. A new goalkeeper definitely gonna come. Deadline day today, a new goalkeeper. At least Sancho, we heard what Fabrizio Romano said. Since he was, I think him going to Villa is gonna make the Emi Martinez deal a bit easier, right? A bit easier. You're saying we still haven't got a backup striker. I think we have so many things to do. Midfield, goalkeeper, I don't think we will get like a backup striker. I think Josh Rosierski might be that guy. We still have Chido, Obi-Wan Kenobi there. So I don't think, that will be a priority this season, bro. I don't think that will be a priority this season. The attack, we've already strengthened the attack so much, bro. Let's focus on midfield. Let's focus on a goalkeeper. So much, bro. So much is happening. Yo, what a day, man. What a day.
Yes, I think it's also important to remember the timings here, because I was mentioning before that most of the deadlines today are 8 p.m. Central European time, but there is also the Spanish La Liga that is closing at midnight. So that's a bit of a difference there. Fabri, I don't know if you want to mention, I think Juventus
really
are another...
Let me say,
Yeah,
I say that every summer, I say that, but this is getting to a point where it's ridiculous to have a different deadline time, different things is ridiculous, but we will talk about that in another moment. No sense at all.
No, also because it's the first time that at least, for example, the Bundesliga is closing at the same time of other leagues, and then La Liga is the only one who didn't do that. So, I mean, we will talk about it. Talking about Bundesliga, Openda just landed in Milan. He's going to be a new Juventus player. So I think that's also an important news. Juventus are one of the most active clubs today.
Zagrova and Openda for Juventus, both done deals. Colomwani is not going to Juventus, and keep an eye on Colomwani, guys, for the final hours of the window, because Colomwani is on the market. He's not going to stay at Paris Saint-Germain. At least this is the plan. He's not included in the plans of Luis Enrique. And so I think something could happen with Premier League clubs. Last night, it was like 4 a.m. I tweeted, keep an eye on Tottenham. Keep an eye on Tottenham for Colomwani. This is a possibility. It's not guaranteed. It's not easy. Financially, it's really expensive. PSG want an obligation to buy, so
yeah, bro. Hey, we're moving. I think, obviously, as fans, we want everything to happen right now, right here, right now. But we are moving this transfer deadline day, bro. This transfer deadline day, we're genuinely doing what we need to do. And the most positive thing is that, United, you have some deals over the line, bro. You have some deals. You've sold some guys. You've gotten some money. I think the money we've accumulated from Garnacho, pretty decent. Especially the sell-on clause you've added on Anthony and Garnacho, right? Rasmus, the money you got from Rasmus, okay, pretty decent. Of course, you made a loss from some of these players. Of course, you made a loss from a lot of these guys. But, bro, transfer deadline, we're just praying for a midfielder as well.
See what happens, but keep an eye on Tottenham. I wanted to add also, guys, keep an eye on Marc Guéhi. And keep an eye on the defenders domino. Liverpool, Crystal Palace, Milan. Because if Palace find a replacement for Marc Guéhi, Guéhi can go to Liverpool and Milan can sign Joe Gomez. So this is the domino of defenders between England and Italy. So let's see what happens with Palace. They are now negotiating for Igor from Brighton. They are in a battle with West Ham, but Crystal Palace can offer European football. So let's see what's going to happen. But for sure, the story is still on for Marc Guéhi and the situation of Joe Gomez and also in this case, Igor Julio from Brighton to Palace. Palace are pushing to sign Igor Julio. We will see if they consider him a replacement for Marc Guéhi.
Okay, Fabri, let me know what's your plan. I hear your phone ringing a lot, so you tell me if you have to.
Yeah, it's going crazy. No, let's go for a few more questions, like 3-4 more minutes together, and then we will be together, guys, during the whole day. So we will be jumping here.
Yes, exactly. So we'll be back soon.
Alex Jimenez to Bournemouth in this moment. So Bournemouth side the player from AC Milan.
You're saying Cole, Yorkshire, Sheringham, Solskjaer. Like, bro, we're not on that level, bro, where we can have unbelievable options, right? Unbelievable options in the attack. Right now, we're keeping it simple. I'm going to try and stay live until we get the here we go for a goalkeeper. Probably here we go for a midfielder. So I'm going to try and stay live because Fabrizio Romano said, yo, in the next 2-3 hours, we should have here we go for a Manchester United goalkeeper. But yeah, a lot is happening. At least we've sold some people. Sancho gone. Bro, so much is happening. I'm going to also just be keeping people entertained while we're just waiting for that here we go for a goalkeeper.
We said about the goalkeeper for Man United, and it's an important topic. I think it's also important to say about Lucharel Gertruida, who is going to Sunderland. Sunderland on fire today. Gertruida is new centre-back, loan with option from Leipzig, and Brian Brobby from Ajax as new striker. Why? Because Marc Guéhi is going back to Chelsea, recalled by Chelsea. The player is on his way to London right now. Chelsea and Nicolas Jackson, guys. Bayern and Nicolas Jackson. Crucial hours to decide. I didn't tell you yesterday, deal off. Remember, I told you that the Jackson deal is, in terms of
the Cunha injury, bro. The Cunha injury. I played what the manager said. A lot of people at the club expect him to be back maybe 1 week after this international break. So I don't think it's a major injury. I don't think it's something we have to panic about. The Cunha injury, of course, we don't want to see situations where a lot of your main guys are getting injured. Matheus Cunha getting injured. So we don't want to see that. But the Cunha injury is not a big part of... I don't think it will affect us a lot, right? Because he's only going to be out for maybe the Man City game. I think the Chelsea game, by the time we play Chelsea, Cunha will be back. You're saying you'd prefer Martinez over... who would you prefer, Martinez or Lamens? I think Lamens for the long term, bro. For me, Lamens for the long term, bro. Just because Martinez... it looks like he's coming towards the end, bro. He's coming towards the end. I think Man United, let's buy a goalkeeper and then you don't have to worry about a goalkeeper for another 5-6 years, bro. Because with... let's just say we miss out on Lamens. And then you're back in the market because he's an up-and-coming talent, right? Lamens is that type of talent where he's the next big thing. He's already showing talent. He's already showing that he's going to be a main guy. So if you miss out on a goalkeeper like this for Martinez will give you like 3 years, bro, 2 years, right? And then when you're back into the market, you won't have a quality of a Lamens in the market anymore, bro. So that's just my mindset. I think, hey, maybe we're going for both because we've agreed with both, bro. We've agreed with both. Vitek, hey, he's okay. Yeah, we might need Cunha against Manchester City, bro. We will need Cunha against Manchester City, but at this point, I think that might be unrealistic because looks like he's about to pull out from the Brazil squad as well. So, yo, Cunha, that injury, let's see how deep it is. But Vitek, I don't see us going for Vitek, bro. I don't see us going for Vitek. The main two is just Emi Martinez and our boy Lamens.
Steps with Bayern telling last night to Jackson, okay, you are a Chelsea player, you have a contract, you have to go back to London, but they didn't call the deal off. So let's see what happens with Jackson today. Because Bayern are still internally trying to make something happen. So let's see what's going to happen. Let's see what's going to be discussed in the next hours. But Jackson, I think, is going to be probably the big saga of the next hours. Because I think with Bayern, the deal is still alive.
So we have a question from Arnold here in the chat asking, any new midfielder incoming from Man United? We already said about the situation with the goalkeeper. Are also United working for a midfielder in the last hours?
Big fake news yesterday on Angelo Stiller from Stuttgart.
And we talked about that earlier. Stiller, that was fake news. So midfield, let's hear from Fabrizio.
At all, zero. So Stiller is not a player of interest in this moment. I can tell you that at the moment he's very quiet around midfielder. Then if Man United will do some surprise, we will be here telling you. Let's see. I would keep doors open for Man United in the final hours because might be an opportunity and we never know what happens. You remember when they signed Marcel Sabitzer on a deadline day out of nowhere from Bayern. Sometimes deadline days like this can happen. But at the moment, focus on the goalkeeper and on keeping Kobbie Mainoo. And Brian Brobby from
Let me just play that again because a lot of people, we still have a chance to get a midfielder, bro. We heard that from Fabrizio Romano. We saw a lot of deals where there was no noise, and then we just signed a midfielder, maybe on loan or maybe a permanent transfer. We've done so many deals on deadline day. It's actually unbelievable, bro.
New striker. Why? Because Mark Guiu here telling last night to Jackson, okay, you are but Jackson, I think is going to go on Angelo Stiller from Stuttgart. Not true at all. Bayern are still internally trying to make something
We're doing what we need.
So let's see what's going to happen. Let's see what's going to be discussed in the next hours. But Jackson, I think, is going to be probably the big saga of the next hours because I think with Bayern, the deal is still alive.
So, midfielder, we still have a chance to get in a midfielder, bro. Of course, Scalia, a lot of people were talking about that deal, but it's apparent fake news. But Fabrizio Romano, let's just hear that again, bro. Let's just hear that again from Fabrizio on the midfield. That's the position a lot of fans want us to cover.
So we have a question from Arnold here in the chat asking, any new midfielder incoming from Man United? We already said about the situation with the goalkeeper. Are also United working for a midfielder in the last hours?
Big fake news yesterday on Angelo Stiller from Stuttgart. Not true at all, zero. So Stiller is not a player of interest in this moment. I can tell you that at the moment he's very quiet around midfielder. Then if Man United will do some surprise, we will be here telling you. Let's see. I would keep doors open.
So we always hear like some fake news. Okay, Man United are going to go for this guy. They're going to go for that guy. But don't write us off, bro. Don't write us off because we've done so many deals on the deadline day for midfielders. That's why Fabrizio Romano, he's saying it's not completely done. Midfield, we never know. Goalkeeper, of course. He said, 100% Man United are going to bring in a goalkeeper. But with midfield, it's never done until the final time, until the final day. So until the final moment, that goalkeeper is never done, bro.
Man United in the final hours because might be an opportunity and we never know what happens. You remember when they signed Marcel Sabitzer on a deadline day out of nowhere from Bayern. Sometimes deadline days like this can happen. But at the moment, focus on the goalkeeper and on keeping Kobbie Mainoo because Man United really want to keep Kobbie Mainoo. And I think if you bring in a new midfielder, probably this could also limit a bit Kobbie.
So he's genuinely saying, hey, keeping Kobbie Mainoo is a priority. Obviously, we heard that situation of Kobbie Mainoo wanting to go out on loan. So he's saying, hey, if a midfielder comes, that limits Kobbie Mainoo's game time. But we still need a midfielder, bro. We still need a midfielder. But we've heard from Fabrizio Romano, never write off Man United. Even in this situation, we've had deals on the final minutes, on the final time. So, we might just do what we need to do. We might just do what we need to do, bro.
Let's see.
So the chat is really going crazy. I'm trying to sum it up with few questions. The last two names I want to mention for you today. One is, not today, for this live. We'll be back soon. One is Fermin Lopez, and the other one is Ademola Lookman.
For Fermin Lopez, let's see what's going to happen today. At the moment from Barcelona, the message is very clear. They didn't receive any request from the player to leave, and they have no intention to accept 40 million euros for him. So if Fermin Lopez later today, will tell Barcelona, let me go to Chelsea, we will jump live and tell you. But at the moment, still no messages in this sense. And the second one, I don't remember.
Ademola Lookman.
Yeah, for Lookman, Atalanta have been clear with Bayern. Imagine that I'm told that Bayern yesterday sent this bid, loan with buy option, 28 million euros, and Atalanta didn't even reply. because for Atalanta, loan with option is not an option. Sorry for the wording, but it's the reality. Atalanta only sell Lookman, permanent or obligation to buy guaranteed. They rejected 45 million euros package from Inter in July, so to keep the player on loan now would be not in Atalanta style. So at the moment, everything completely blocked. Then if later the two clubs will find a solution, again, we will be here. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Fabri.
And, we will see you later.
So, hey, Fabrizio Romano keeping us updated on a lot, bro. That Jadon Sancho, I just want to play what Sky Sports had to say a bit. So, I'll just play a clip of them because this is the mainstream, guys. This is the mainstream. We know how the mainstream are. We know how the mainstream are with some videos. So, I'll just play the audio of what Sky Sports are saying about this Jadon Sancho deal, bro. So I'm just giving clips of everything that's happening.
Jadon Sancho, it is a straight loan from Manchester United, no option or obligation to buy. They'll be paying 80% of his wage.
So that's significant, bros. 80% of Jadon Sancho's wages are being taken out by Aston Villa. That is significant, bro. That is a significant sum of his wages. I think, low-key, it is a win just based on how hard it was to get rid of this guy. Jadon Sancho, it was a problem. He was rejecting every club. Looks like he only wants money, bro. The fact that he gets to keep the same amount he's making at Man United, that's the only thing he wanted. He rejected Napoli. He rejected a lot of Italian teams. He rejected a lot of Turkish teams from Turkey. So Jadon Sancho, looks like this loan deal is the best we can do. We can't sell him permanently. I think it's a W that they're taking 80% of his wages. And it's another a season loan, right? Let's see, what's his contract saying? Let me just search how long is Jadon Sancho's contract at Manchester United, because does he come back after this season or is he a free agent? Sancho contract at Manchester United. Sancho contract at Manchester United. Sancho contract length. Yeah, Sancho contract expiry. It's expiring in 2026. So 2026, we're done with Jadon Sancho. He's done 2026. So this is gonna be his last move. 80% of his wages have been covered by Aston Villa. So after this, he's going to be a free agent. We don't have to worry about him anymore unless something stupid from the club extending his contract, which I don't see happening. So after this loan move to Villa, Sancho is done and dusted. But we're moving, man. We are moving. The guys you needed to get rid of, you've gotten rid of them. The guys you genuinely don't need, you've genuinely just said, hey, get your ass out of here. Sancho, get your ass out of here. So Fabrizio Romano, we just needed a situation where we are doing something, competing, bro. We are competing. We are doing what we need to do. Obviously, Fabrizio gave some massive updates. We appreciate what he does. We appreciate how consistent the man is. But at least Jadon Sancho, it's done, bro. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.
Openda just landed in Milan. He's going to be a new Juventus player. So I think that's also an important news. Juventus are one of the most active clubs today.
Zagrova and Openda for Juventus, both done deals. Colomwani is not going to Juventus, and keep an eye on Colomwani, guys, for the final hours of the window, because Colomwani is on the market.
Apparently Tyrell Malacia is still injured, bro. Tyrell Malacia is still injured. So if he is still injured, you can't really sell him, bro. You can't really sell him. So 3 managers have been fired in the first month of the new seasons, right? 3 former Man United managers have been fired in the first months of the new season. That's crazy. Ten Hag fired, Jose Mourinho fired, or Ole Gunnar Solskjaer fired. So 3 Man United managers, ex-Man United managers, have been fired in the first month of the new season. That's insane. That is an insane stat. That is an insane stat, bro. That is majorly insane. So clubs are not playing around, bro. Clubs are not playing around. Obviously, we can say, oh, Ten Hag, a lot of players got sold, this and that, but he signed some players as well, bro. And there's no excuse for the games he was losing, bro. The games he was losing to under 16s in preseason. He was losing to under 16s in preseason. So it is what it is with some of these managers. They've been fired. It's game over. But hey, Man United, let's see. Transfer deadline day. Do what you need to do. Get in a goal. I'm just waiting for here we go for the goalkeeper. At least there we
not
can
going to
breathe.
stay at Paris Saint-Germain. At least this is the plan. It's not included in the plans of Luis Enrique. And so I think something could happen with Premier League clubs. Last night, it was like 4 a.m. I tweeted, keep an eye on Tottenham. Keep an eye on Tottenham for Kolo Muani. This is a possibility. It's not guaranteed. It's not easy. Financially, it's really expensive. PSG want an obligation to buy. So let's see what happens. But
You're saying who among the three is best suited for Nottingham Forest? I think it's Jose Mourinho, bro. With Jose, he can cook with anything. I think with the Forest players, Oli would struggle. Ten Hag would struggle as well. With Jose Mourinho, at least, he's packed the bus, counter-attack type of football. In the Premier League, it would be suited. With Ten Hag, he's going to struggle with an average team, bro. He's going to struggle with an average team like Nottingham Forest because at Leverkusen, he had a better team than what Forest have, right? Even Oli can do something, but I think the best is just Jose Mourinho. Jose Mourinho for that Nottingham Forest team, he can cook, bro. He can cook with that. I think that's just the best. That's just the best situation. Jose, the counter-attack, park the bus type of football. He's going to set them up defensively structured. And it's a bit harsh the way they fired Mourinho, bro. It is a bit harsh the way they fired him, but it is the game is the game, bro.
Keep an eye on Tottenham. I wanted to add also, guys, keep an eye on Marc Guéhi. And keep an eye on the defenders domino. Liverpool, Crystal Palace, Milan. Because if Palace find a replacement for Marc Guéhi, Guéhi can go to Liverpool and Milan can sign Joe Gomez. So this is the domino of defenders between England and Italy. So let's see what happens with Palace. They are now negotiating for Igor from Brighton. They are in a battle with West Ham, but Crystal Palace can offer European football. So let's see what's going to happen. But for sure, the story is still on for Marc Guéhi and the situation of Joe Gomez, and also in this case, Igor Julio from Brighton to Palace. Palace are pushing to sign Igor Julio. We will see if they consider him a replacement for Marc Guéhi.
And with Man United, we missed out on so many opportunities, bro. Why didn't you go for Edison? Why didn't you go for Richard Rios? Right? The fact that we've left midfield to the final day, it shows the opportunity. We had opportunities for a midfielder, bro. We had opportunities for a midfielder. Yes, and do you think Ruben will be sacked in future games? Yeah, bro, the way it's going, it's not really looking good because if he keeps the win rate he has, for sure Ruben Amorim will be sacked, right? If he keeps the win rate, okay, today we win, the next day we lose, the next day we draw. You can't have such inconsistency, bro. You can't have such inconsistency. So for sure, if he keeps that record, he will be fired, man. He will be fired. But we've missed out on so many opportunities this window, bro. Just look back at the opportunities we've had, right? Richard Rios, you could have bought him for something cheap. Something cheap, something affordable. He comes in, strengthens your midfield. And, bro, we can do so much. We can do so much. You're saying LOA, Jose said he can't join clubs with European competition. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I forgot about that. So maybe West Ham, bro, because West Ham, the way they're moving, in a few moments, I think they will fire their manager, bro. But for sure, I see Jose Mourinho coming back to the Premier League. With Erik ten Hag, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, it might be in the next 2 seasons, bro. It might be maybe another season we don't see them, especially Erik ten Hag. I think Erik ten Hag goes back to the Dutch league or something. That might be the move. I don't see any La Liga team taking him. I don't see another Bundesliga team taking him. Premier League, I don't see that happening. So it might be a Dutch league situation, but Jose Mourinho, I see him in the Premier League, bro. I see him in the Premier League, but we missed out on so many opportunities. You could have had Edison as well, bro. You could have genuinely had somebody like Ederson just to stabilize everything, just to come in, do what he needs to do. Bro, transfer window is moving. Transfer window is moving. The fact that Ten Hag has been fired, hey, it shows you how ruthless these guys are. Shows you how ruthless these guys are, bro.
Okay, Fabri, let me know what's your plan. I hear your phone ringing a lot, so you tell me if you have to.
Yeah, it's going crazy. No, let's go for.
So 2 games, the man was fired, Ten Hag. That is real ruthlessness. That is being ruthless. Wow. So Jose fired, Oli fired, Ten Hag fired in 2 games. All 3 managers only had 2 games, bro. That's crazy. If you think about that, when have you actually thought, okay, 3 managers fired after just 1 or 2 games of the new season? That's crazy, bro. That is crazy. Teams are not playing around this season, bro. Teams are not playing around this season. And I will just keep everything updated, bro. The transfer window, so much is happening, bro. So much is happening. And with every team, it's looks like Jackson, another situation with Jackson happening. But with Man United, that's the thing we want to see, bro. That's the thing we want to see. Manchester United, do what you need to do. Go move how you need to move. We need a situation where we are doing what we need, bro.
More questions, like 3-4 more minutes together, and then we will be together, guys, during the whole day.
But so much is happening, bro. So much is happening. And apparently, you're saying, do you think Xavi would have made something better out of the Bayern Leverkusen new players? Xabi's at Real Madrid, bro. Xabi's at Real Madrid. But Xabi, even with the new players, he still cooks, bro. Because with Xabi, he's able to adapt, bro. I think he's a better manager than Erik Ten Hag. For me, Xabi Alonso, he's a better manager than Erik Ten Hag. Even with the new players Leverkusen have, he's not losing the games Ruben Amorim. Erik Ten Hag was losing, bro. Erik Ten Hag was losing basic games. Even the way they were losing, the way they were playing. With Xabi, he was playing better football, bro. He was playing better football. Xabi, for me, that's the guy United should have gone for. That is the guy United should have gone for instead of Ruben Amorim. I think Xabi or Inzaghi, those are the guys we should have gone for. But we know, hey, Xabi, he's cooking at Real Madrid, man. He's cooking at Real Madrid. Past game, I didn't do a watch along because I was so tired, bro. I was so tired after that Man United game, bro. After that 4-hour stream. So he's cooking, bro. He's cooking, Xabi Alonso. He's cooking. He's genuinely cooking, Xabi Alonso. So, yo, he's a good manager, bro. He's a good manager. He's one that we should have at least gone for. But you can see the criticism people have for, like, Ruben Amorim.
On the weekend, how much of a difference a week makes in football. You go from a very good performance.
Ruben Amorim, this is the week where, let's see, after the transfer window, bro, this is genuinely Ruben Amorim's make or break, right? It's gonna be make or break after this international break. You're saying Baleba January maybe. I don't see that happening, bro. I do not see a Baleba situation happening. I would have loved a situation where Baleba comes in now, but January, I don't see it happening, bro. I do not see it happening in January, Baleba, because they're not going to let him go January. One of their major players, a starting midfielder. If we buy him January, it's going to be for a transfer record or something. I don't see us buying him January, bro. I don't see us buying him January. Yeah, Ten Hag fired. Everybody catching up now. So much is happening, bro. So much is happening. But with Ruben, let's see the type of consistency he can keep. Let's see the type of consistency Ruben Amorim can keep, because we need some consistency. Apparently, the plane for Lamens is back on. But let's just wait and see. Let's wait for Fabrizio Romano. Here we go for the goalkeeper. Before I talk about, Lamens to Man United is done and dusted. But apparently, the plane for Lamens is back on. He's playing booked for Manchester. That plane is back on so that he can do his medical before the window officially closes. But let's wait for Fabrizio to confirm that, bro.
Losing game against Arsenal to now, you should have lost against Fulham, as Craig was talking. We discussed that on the weekend. You got away with one there. You can make the argument that you got away with Grimsby were fortunate with the second goal. I thought it was handball in the build-up to it. But no VAR, it stands. So maybe you want to say, Grimsby were a little bit lucky. But it's Grimsby.
Man United shouldn't be having...
It's Grimsby.
Yeah, they shouldn't have to worry about there's no VAR or sort of handball. They're playing Grimsby Town, for God's sake. This is such a gulf, even between a very bad Man United side. There's such a gulf between these boys, between these players in terms of the talent level. You want a positive for United? Brian Mboma got his first goal. Take that. But let this sink in. Shaka just mentioned the chance that they missed. It would have made...
I think criticism will always come, bro. Criticism will always come, but I wouldn't say, this is unfair criticism, because we're not showing like consistency, bro. We're not showing consistency. We're not showing that we can compete even for top 8. So this season will be shaky. That's all I keep saying. It'll be shaky. It'll be up and down. There'll be high moments. There'll be low moments, bro. And the only way I see this season being stable is, right now you get a top level midfielder and probably a top level manager as well.
3-0, and then say, and I know this is hypothetical. Say that the officials had deemed that Harry Maguire had sufficient control, which he hadn't. Let it sink in that Manchester United could easily have been 4-0 down against Grimsby Town before Brian Mbemo gets his first Manchester United goal from open play anyway, before he scored a penalty, then missed a penalty. They could have been 4-0 down. I mean, seriously, against a team of boys that just wanted to run and fight and had a bit of pace, and it was the biggest evening of their career. They might not get an evening like that again, some of these lads at Grimsby Town. It comes and goes sometimes, and you spend a career in the lower leagues, and the Carabao Cup comes out or the FA Cup comes out, and you're playing another lower league side. You're not playing a Manchester United or a Liverpool, so some of them might not get another opportunity, and they wanted to roll their sleeves up and go out, and they wanted to take it, and they did. What did Man United do? They did what they've been doing now for 18 months, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. They were absolutely awful. And a manager who, once again, plays 3 centre-backs. Grimsby Town, 3 centre-backs. Won't change his style. What the hell the tactics board saying? I've got no idea. Because if you need that during a game to beat Grimsby Town, you shouldn't be in that job. You're screwed.
So Craig has had glowing praise for Grimsby.
So it's you don't know what to expect from us, bro. Especially this season, we don't know what to expect from us. We're gonna have a lot of games where we lose, right? We're gonna have some games where we come out last minute, like the Burnley game, last minute winner, things like that. But I think main players you gotta keep fit are Mbeumo and my boy De Ligt, right? Mbeumo, De Ligt, those are the guys that need to stay fit if you're gonna at least compete for top 8. If you're gonna at least get some wins this season, because I'm saying this right now. Mbeumo, De Ligt, if one of those guys get injured, we're screwed for the season. We're already screwed right now. We are already screwed right now, but De Ligt makes it better, right? We're already screwed right now, right? But De Ligt makes it better. At least the new goalkeeper might make it better as well. So We're already screwed right now, but yo, De Ligt, Mbeumo, these guys are making it a bit better. A bit better. A new goalkeeper makes it better as well.
Grimsby Town, not so much where they play in Grimsby.
Oh, they'll
so
be,
let's
tell you
see.
what, the fish and chip shops in Grimsby tonight.
We'd have glowing praise for those fish and chip shops too. Let's see how the Wi-Fi connection is. Mark Ogden was at Blundell Park tonight.
Not
Mark,
great.
your reaction to what we saw tonight?
It was just absolutely crazy. I mean, the penalty shootout was bad enough. I mean, I'm stood there with a couple of the ex-United pundits and they're saying, why is it Benjamin Sesko taking the penalty? The striker, he took like that the 11th or 12th. But look, from the beginning, it was obvious that Grimsby wanted it more. The guys are right that Amorim's tactics, very strange. Again, it just doesn't change. And, you know, when you can't even control midfield against a team from League Two, you know, Ugarte and Mainoo just couldn't get on the ball. It was embarrassing to watch at times, the fact that Man United were being outplayed and over.
And that's the thing. The midfield is the main situation. Everybody can see it. Everybody can see that, okay, the midfield, either we're getting outplayed, either we're getting injuries, bro. Update on the Sekou Kone injury. I was seeing some of his statuses. He's training, bro. He's training with the squad. I was seeing some of his Snapchat stories and things like that. So he's training at Carrington. At least the guy's moving. I think he's recovered extremely well, bro. He's recovered extremely well, Sekou Kone. And just to see him like training on a regular basis, training with the team, with other people. So I think the Sekou Kone injury, bro, nothing to really worry about now. He's recovered really, really well, man. Really well. Obviously, when that incident happened, I was feeling for him, bro. I was feeling for him. He needs a chance now. He needs a chance. Sekou Kone, we can see how poor the midfield is. I think the next easy game, obviously, don't give him a chance against Man City, Chelsea. Those are big games, but at least the next winnable game, right? Because our fixture list, it's crazy, man. It is crazy. Our fixture list, we have a lot of hard games, but we have some winnable games after that, right? Because after this, it's Man City, then Chelsea. Brentford is still a hard game, but at least against Sunderland, try and give him an opportunity against Sunderland, right? Sunderland, October the 4th. Try and give Sekou Kone an opportunity, right? Sunderland, at least that's okay. Because before Sunderland, after Sunderland, you're playing Liverpool. So at least that Sunderland game, rest some of the main guys, give Sekou Kone a chance. And then before the Liverpool game, some of your main guys are fresh, right? Because after Sunderland, it's straight to Liverpool, man. Straight to Liverpool. You're going to Anfield. That's going to be a headache, 19th of October. So massive games, bro. Massive games are coming up for us. So September and October, bro, we have a lot of major games. I think Brighton is going to be another hard fixture. No doubt. Let's not look down on Brighton, bro. Let's not look down on Brighton because these guys, they're doing their thing. Brighton are doing their thing. Let's not look down on Brighton. Let's not look down on these guys because we can get a shock. We can get a shock at Brighton. So the next 2 months, it's non-stop difficulty, right? Where do I see us getting points? The next 2 months, Man City is going to be hard. Chelsea is going to be hard, but at least we're at home. Brentford is going to be hard. At least Sunderland, that's where I see us getting some 3 points, right? Based on how we're playing. Liverpool, yeah, bro, Ten Hag sacked. But Liverpool, bro, I don't see us getting points in that one. Brighton is going to be hard. Forest, maybe. The Spurs, we might struggle as well. So, hey, the next 2 months, it's gonna be crazy, bro. It's gonna be crazy. We need to buckle up for a crazy moment. We need to buckle up for a crazy moment. The fact that Ten Hag has been sacked, Ruben Amorim, he needs to pull off a miracle to stay. Because the fixtures I was just talking about, Liverpool, Tottenham, Man City, Chelsea, you got, I think the only game we can get a result from there based on how we've been playing, is probably Sunderland, bro.
By a team from League Two. Grimsby fully deserved their lead. United were very fortunate to get back into the game, but I thought when they were back in the game at 2-2, they had to win it. And obviously, Sesko missed a great chance last kick of the game. But I mean, listen, everyone's going to ask what's going to happen to Ruben Amorim right now. From what I'm hearing, there's absolutely no doubt from the United ownership, the board, that he's their guy. But
so the board do back Ruben Amorim, bro. The board do back Ruben Amorim. Omar Barada backs him. But if results don't go the way we need them to go, bro, let's see. That's why I'm saying we need to just take it game by game, bro. Right now, we shouldn't put expectations right now. Let's take it game by game, because putting expectations of top 6, top 4, things like that, let's just take it game by game. Let's see what happens. That's just my mindset right now, because the way we are right now, we're so disorganized. You don't know what's happening. You don't know what to genuinely expect. You don't know how Man United are going to be moving. Let's take it game by game and just keep it simple, bro. Keep it simple. Take it game by game. Let's see. If we win this, we win. That's why I'm saying, with Ruben Amorim right now, it's going to be about results, him staying. But let's take it game by game, man. Let's not have expectations for this, expectations for that. Or let's expect to get top 6, let's expect to get top 4. Right now, we're in such a disorganized situation. And considering the midfield we have, we just have to take it game by game, bro.
I think this game tonight could be the beginning of it all unraveling, because you lose to Grimsby, you don't really you don't come back from that unless you start winning quickly. And I don't see how this team wins quickly. So I think this could be the start of the slippery slope. Saying that, they've had a pretty slippery slope on the Amorim so far. But I think this is when a lot of the fans will lose patience. There's been a lot of issues before the game about United being ready to let Kobbie Mainoo go. A lot of fans have kind of lost it with Amorim over that, because they think that Amorim hasn't earned the right, shall we say, to dictate the homegrown players.
And with Kobbie, we heard Fabrizio today, man. We heard Fabrizio today. That's still an open situation. That is still an open situation. Kobbie Mainoo can still leave, bro. So that's still an open situation. But I don't see it happening without us bringing in a midfielder. And we heard Fabrizio, there might also be a deal where final moments, it's a loan type of situation. It's a loan type of deal where, okay, yeah, like Sabitzer, we saw what happens with Sabitzer, final day of the season, the window, you bring him in on loan. It came out of nowhere. I see something like that happening today, bro.
So I get the sense of a little bit of support going away from Amorim. And what happens tonight won't help at all, because it's Grimsby Town. It's League Two. They've never lost to a League Two team competition before. So tonight it's a new low. And I don't know how Amorim retrieves it, because his system isn't working, his players aren't good enough. And there's only 4 or 5 days of the window left to get deals done, and they're not going to get enough deals done.
On that point as well, Mark, given that your connection is okay right now, Craig...
I'm enjoying the background.
Wonderful. He's in a broom cupboard, I think. Craig did ask during the show already where that ranks in terms of upsets for Manchester United in cup competition. Does anything stand out to you, Mark?
I was at Milton Keynes 11 years ago when Louis van Gaal's team lost to MK Dons 4-0. Well, that was a fringe team. A lot of those players, you look at the team that night, never played for United again. And the MK Dons were 3rd division rather than 4th division. I can't think of anything comparable to this. I think York City beat United in the 90s, but again, they weren't bottom tier. So to lose to what is almost a 4th division team, it's as bad as it gets for United.
Obviously, it is what it is. We lost that game, right? Obviously, in the moment, we were all upset. We were all angry. We were all... That would never be acceptable, right? But let's not dwell on this game. It's about what you do after that, right? It's about what type of season are we going to have, bro? What type of season are we going to have? I don't want another season of, okay, we start badly and then November... It all falls apart. That's why the board, they need to make the decision on the manager right now, because if you back him. If you don't, then sack him. I think this is the best time. There's no point in sacking him November when it's already done and dusted, and then it's another cycle of Ruben Amorim again. The way Ruben Amorim joined after Erik ten Hag, it was so disorganized. So it's going to be another disorganized cycle where it's never ending. Oh no, the new manager, he's gonna need another preseason, and then it's just a frustrating cycle, and then he's gonna need his own players. Bro, that cycle is frustrating. We've faced that cycle. We don't wanna face that again. So the board, they need to make a decision. They need to make a decision. I think with Ruben, they didn't scout him the best way possible, because you were supposed to scout the manager based on the players we have. That's why I was shouting for Inzaghi. To be fair to the board, they tried to get Inzaghi over the line, right? Inzaghi would have been perfect because he cooks with anything. They tried to get Inzaghi over the line, but he rejected us. He wanted to play the Champions League. He got Inter to a Champions League final. I think Inzaghi would have been the perfect guy, but with Ruben, he's already here. That's it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Obviously, you're getting frustrated with the results.
I mean, it really is. I mean, there's been a few difficult times in Europe in recent seasons. The Premier League performances haven't really lived up to standards, but to lose to a fourth division team, yes, it's the League Two, but it's a fourth division team. That is a humiliating for Man United, and it really is. And he's got a lot of answering to do now to the owners, to the fans. And he has to explain why his system is completely unsuited to English football, but he sticks with it. He never changes. So we have to ask him, why do you stick with the system? What is it with a goalkeeper? Because now the goalkeeper can catch a ball at a corner. And he doesn't have the answers.
Journalist dream, isn't it, Augie? A journalist dream. Oh. There's like loads to write about here. Everybody will be piling on, and rightly so.
Yeah.
So even if they came back and won this game, which it looked like they were going to do. At the end, it would still have been negative. It would still have been negative, because, as we were just saying, I don't know if you heard or not, but it could easily have been 3 or 4-0 to Grimsby before Brian Mbeumo scored. And so when you've got players like Maina, who I know is a big story, you mentioned it, but how Agati? Augie, talk to me about him.
Well,
before we just discuss Ogate, it looks like Onana is staying. Onana is staying, confirmed. The new goalkeeper, Labmens, apparently his jet has been booked, right? So it's been rebooked. I don't know what's going on. I showed an image earlier on of his plane being cancelled. Sorry, let me see, where is that image? Where is that image? I showed an image of Lamens. His plane was cancelled and now it's rebooked. I don't know what's going on, bro. Deadline day, everything is happening. So much is happening. And Fabrizio he's about to give another update. I will talk about that as well. So he said in 2 hours, so it's almost 2 hours. So he said around this time, so in a few minutes, Fabrizio Romano will give another update. But Lamens, this is coming out that his plane was rebooked. Let me show that image again, because this was the image. This was the image of Lamens. Lamens, his jet, first it was cancelled and now it's been rebooked. So we know that personal terms were agreed, but there's still a situation of agreeing a fee with the club. So let's see where that goes, man. Let's see where that goes. We'll see. This is coming from Samuel Lockhurst. So Samuel Lockhurst also saying that his plane was booked. His plane has been booked. So Lamens, bro, we might be cooking with a Lamens situation. Lamens, we might hear Lamens, here we go. So maybe that's what Fabrizio Romano was saying. Okay, yeah, in a few minutes I will give another update. So once that comes, bro, I'm gonna be live until that here we go for a goalkeeper, possibly a here we go for a midfielder. So I'm gonna be live until that happens, bro. Fabrizio Romano cooking, but while that's happening, we're just gonna be reacting to the frustration from other people, the big people. Even Gary Neville have been talking. We'll react to that. Roy Keane had a lot to say. Obviously, we'll hear a lot of Ruben Amorim in, Ruben Amorim out. We'll just react to that, discuss that, and just Roy Keane, what's his mindset on this? Other guys, what's their mindset on this? So much, man. So much is going on, but I'll be live Until that, here we go. Until that, here we go for a goalkeeper, bro. Until that, here we go for a goalkeeper. Possibly here we go for a midfielder. But, bro, at least we sold the players we didn't need. At least we sold the players we didn't want, bro. Those guys are gone. Those guys are done and dusted. We needed it. We needed it. Yeah, let's wait for the here we go. I'll be live until the here we go, bro. I'll be live until the here we go. It might come at night, but if it comes at night, I will be live, bro. We'll be live for the here we go, man. The here we genuinely need a goalkeeper. The way we've been crashing out for a goalkeeper, it's been disappointing, bro. It's been disappointing. Altair Bayindir making mistakes, Onana making a mistake. That's why I'm just praying for Lamens, bro. I'm just praying for Lamens to come in.
Agate, listen, he can't run and he can't pass. Now, Casemiro can't run and Mainu can't run either, but Agate can't do either. Now, and the problem is, this is the midfield. By playing, it's basically a two midfield, isn't it? You've got Bruno Fernandes dropping into that two, so it takes away his best qualities. And he has to play with Casemiro, who can't run. But the other options are Agate and Mainu. They have no legs in midfield. And, you know, they're talking about letting Mainu go because he's unhappy at his lack of opportunities. I'm not sure about Mainu. I'm not sure. He doesn't fit this system, and I'm not sure he's athletic enough to be a top Premier League player. But he's better than Agate. But if your options are Agate, Casemiro, and probably Mainu, then opposition will know that you've got no legs in midfield. And Grimsby Town from League Two knew that as well tonight. I mean,
and that's the issue with Man United. I always say it, the midfield, bro. The midfield, we overrate our midfielders, man. We overrate our midfielders. Yes, Casemiro will have good games, but he's coming towards the end. It's not Casemiro at his best right now. Bruno Fernandes is on a decline. Kobbie Mainoo, he will show inconsistencies. We saw that in the Carabao Cup game, bro. Kobbie Mainoo was horrible. So I think as fans, we do overrate our midfield a lot, bro. We overrate our midfield a lot. I think our midfield is where it really crashes us out, bro. It really crashes us out.
I don't know if you can hear the fans at the moment. They're chanting you're getting sacked in the morning to Ruben Amorim, who's back in the pitch. So, I mean, he won't forget his night to Grimsby, will he? He'll never forget coming here, I don't think.
Mark, I'm sure that your arm's aching now, but we've got another question for you. Given that you did
got one of those long, what do you call it?
Maybe one of the selfie sticks.
Selfie stick.
I hope for his
No, I've just got a long arm.
You got one long arm, but you got one longer than the other, Oggy. Is that what it is?
Surely you never expected this to be a loss for United tonight, though.
I didn't expect it, but I knew it might happen, which is why I came, because I just knew that Man United have got potential to lose anywhere. I didn't think they would, but I mean, I've been to Grimsby before. I was there about 20 years ago when they beat Tottenham. So strange things can happen in these competitions, but I didn't think United were that bad. But in fairness to Grimsby played really well. They didn't lose to a bad team tonight. They lost to a fourth division team, which you shouldn't have done. But Man United just still have enough in that locker to win. But you know, Craig's right. It's a big story. Got a lot of writing to do. I'm not sure I'm going to get home from Grimsby tonight, but you know, that's the price of the ticket, isn't it? Sometimes.
Was that?
Nah, I don't think ESPN is trash, bro. I think they give some good points and they give some good debates, bro. But hey, I'm just seeing the viewpoint of other people, man. The viewpoint of other people. But the pressure is on Ruben, bro. The pressure is on Ruben Amorim right now, right? The pressure is on Ruben because he needs to deliver. Some breaking news, bro. Some breaking news. I have an image on the screen. I have an image, a real good image right here. A real good image. Looks like Lamens. He's flying to England. Let me bring this on the screen, bro. Some breaking news. Lamens is flying to England. Lamens is flying to the UK. Wow. This is major, bro. This is major. Lamens is flying to England. There's an image of him to the UK. This is major. First, let me also just play a bit, a recap what Fabrizio Romano said earlier before Lamens. This image is major, bro. This image is a major image.
So
Here we are.
Ciao, Fabri.
Ciao, Fra. How are you?
It's gonna be a busy day.
Major. Let me just bring this image on the screen as well, bro. Let me bring this image as well. So much is happening. Transfer deadline day, bro. Transfer deadline
out. Dibu
day.
Martinez is not with the squad. Why? Because
That
Dibu Martinez
transfer
wants to go to
deadline
Manchester United.
day.
So let's see what happens now. I try to explain the situation.
Transfer deadline a day. Let me put this image on the screen as well, bro. Transfer deadline day. Everything is happening. Bro. It's crazy. The image is there. The boy is flying to Manchester. The boy is flying for his medical. The boy is flying for his medical. Where is this image, bro? Ish. That's the problem with my thing. It takes so long to process. So it looks like Lamens might be the goalkeeper for us. Lamens might be the goalkeeper for us. There he is, bro. There he is. Lamens officially flying to Manchester, bro. There we go. There we have it, man. Lamens officially flying to England for his medical. This is a massive picture, bro. This is a massive picture because we've been hearing from Fabrizio Romano that, okay, a lot of journalists saying, yes, the personal terms won't be an issue. It's just agreeing with his club. It's just an agreement with his club. And we've been working on Lamens for a long time. This is a major image. This is a major image. And let me just play a bit about what Fabrizio Romano had to say about the goalkeeping situation, bro. Goalkeeping situation has been crazy.
Martinez is not with the squad. Why? Because Dibu Martinez wants to go to Manchester United. So let's see what happens now. I try to explain the situation to all Manchester United fans. Dibu Martinez wants to go to United. Dibu Martinez has an agreement with Manchester United on the contract. His agent, Jorge Mendes, is driving the process.
So I think this Martinez deal might be over since we've spotted this guy flying to Manchester. Lamens is flying to Manchester. So earlier, Fabrizio was talking about Martinez to Man United, but here we go for Jadon Sancho. Jadon Sancho is gone, and now this is a major turning point, bro. This is a major turning point. So looks like it might be over for the Martinez deal. Lamens flying to Manchester. This is a major image. This is a major moment. This is a major time, bro, because let's see. I think this just states that, hey, an agreement everywhere has been reached. An agreement everywhere has been reached. I think personal terms, we heard that, okay, personal terms were agreed, but this image just shows you that, yo, an agreement everywhere. Bro, I think even with the club, let's see the transfer fee that comes out, but you don't book a flight if the agreement isn't there. Obviously, transfer deadline day, he needs to do his medical today. That's why the flight has been booked. That's why this image has actually come out of him going to Manchester. He's coming to England for that medical, bro. Wow, transfer deadline day, a lot is happening. A lot is happening, bro. A lot is happening. Transfer deadline day, bro. Transfer deadline day. Come on, bro. Come on. And everything Fabrizio Romano is coming to pass, bro. Everything Fabrizio Romano was saying is coming to a life.
Agreement done with Emi. Now, what is needed is the agreement between Aston Villa and Manchester United. After the game of Aston Villa, so between tonight and tomorrow morning, Villa and United will discuss the terms of the Emi Martinez deal. So conversations are ongoing. Meanwhile, wait, let me check. We're online. Meanwhile, it's important to say that while the situation of Emi Martinez continues, Manchester United have spoken again today with the club Royal Antwerp for the situation of Senne Lammens. So Man United have the following situation. They are negotiating for Senne Lammens and they are negotiating for Emi Martinez. They will only sign one. Emi Martinez is pushing to go to Man United.
So now,
meanwhile, Aston Villa have called for Emi Martinez.
That's the main thing. That's the main thing. They will only sign one. They will only sign one, and that's Lamens, bro. It's Lamens, right? So Lamens, this is the image of him. This is the image of him, bro. He's flying to Manchester. Still waiting for a video because we know a video will come out. A video will come out. Still searching for a video of him flying to Manchester. I will put that when it drops, when it comes out. But we only have an image so far. We only have an image of Lamens traveling to Manchester, traveling to England. So, yeah, let's see what the price is gonna be. Yes, ain't gone are the days where we get the best. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Lamens, I think he's an up-and-coming good goalkeeper, bro. He's an up-and-coming good goalkeeper. Midfield, can we get something? I think here we go is close. The here we go is close, bro. The here we go is close, bro. The here we go is close, bro. The here we go is close. So Lamens, let's just wait for that. Here we go. The picture of him flying to Manchester is officially there. But let's see, bro. Let's see. Everything Fabrizio has been saying is coming to light, bro.
For Sonny Lamens, in case Emi Martinez goes to Manchester United. So there is this domino of goalkeepers ongoing. Keep an eye on the situation of Emi Martinez because he really, really wants to go to Manchester United. He's not in the squad tonight, and so a really interesting story. Also, guys, I wanted to mention in this live stream
so much
today.
Is happening, bro. So much is happening. So much is happening, and you know this is real because even guys like Simon Stone are talking about it. So this image is not AI, guys. This image is not AI. Simon Stone is talking about it. So this image is real, confirmed, flying to Manchester. So it's not AI. it's not AI. We know in this age of AI, images can be fake, bro. Images can be fake. But when guys like Simon Stone's, Laurie Whitwell are talking about it, a lot of journalists have confirmed this, bro. It's not AI, bro. It's not AI. So this guy, he's there, man. He's there. On transfer deadline day, bro. Transfer deadline day, bro. Come on. What a major, what a day, bro. You're saying even if we sign Lamens, knowing Ruben, he will start buying here. Oh, no. I hope that doesn't happen, bro. But Lamens needs to be starting. Lamens needs to be starting when we start because he's coming in. You have 2 weeks rest. So this is major for us, bro. This is major for us, bro.
Also the situation of Kobbie Mainoo. I think it's important to touch again on Kobbie Mainoo because we are in front of a situation, really special situation. The player wants to go on loan. Today we had reports of permanent transfer to Napoli. I can guarantee that Manchester United don't want Kobbie Mainoo to go. And also I can guarantee that Kobbie Mainoo doesn't want to go on permanent transfer. So according to my information, permanent transfer is not happening in this summer transfer window for Kobbie Mainoo. Then, loan is the desire of the player. Kobbie Mainoo told last night to Man United and again this morning that his desire is to go on loan, to play, to have the opportunity to develop. I think the quotes from Ruben Amorim after the game with Fulham is not just about the 0 minutes. It's also about your coach going public and saying Kobbie can play if Bruno is not playing. Bruno is a really important player for United, so probably Kobbie was disappointed also about that. When you don't have European football, you are not going to rotate that much. So, that was probably the case. What happens now is that Ruben Amorim said in public, confirmed in public, what I told you last night. Manchester United are blocking the exit of Kobbie Mainoo. Manchester United, board, management and coach all want Kobbie Mainoo to stay at the club. No loan, no permanent transfer.
And there we have it, bro. There we have it. David Ornstein, right when we're live, bro. Right there when we're live. Here we go. Is there David Ornstein? We've had an agreement. Goalkeeper agreed. While we're live, bro. David Ornstein coming out. Let me put this on the screen, bro. David Ornstein has come out while we're live. We are live. And there Lamens it's game over for Lamens, bro. It's game over for Lamens. Lamens joins Manchester United. Reached a total agreement. David Ornstein. And we heard from Fabrizio Romano around this time. Here we go will happen. Around this time, here we go will happen. And David Ornstein coming out to say agreement reached for Lamens. It's game over. We've gotten our player, bro. We've gotten our guy. So he's going to be the main goalkeeper. Looks like Emi Martinez it's done and dusted with him. He's not coming. Looks like it's a Lamens final situation, bro. Final situation, Lamens. He's coming, bro. He's coming. He's coming. He is coming. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. So David Ornstein, what a major update, bro. What a major update. And transfer window, I still expect like a goalkeeper to come through, but at least, sorry, a midfielder to probably come through on loan or something, but at least the main thing, goalkeeper is done and dusted, bro. Goalkeeper is done and dusted. Come on, come on, come on. Let me put this on the screen. David Ornstein, bro, delivering the way he needs to deliver, bro. And that was a main image. That was a main image of Lamens. Lamens obviously traveled, and now, yo, David Ornstein has confirmed it. David Ornstein has confirmed it. Let me put this image also on the screen of what David Ornstein has to say, bro, because we're moving. We are moving in this transfer window. We're doing what we need to do. Lamens done and dusted. Come on, this is all we're waiting for, bro. This is all we're waiting for. Lamens done and dusted, bro. Come on, come on, come on. Full agreement reached with his club. He's officially a Manchester United goalkeeper, and it doesn't get better than this, bro. It doesn't get better than this. Come on, Lamens is here. So this is David Ornstein. David Ornstein, Manchester United reached a total agreement with Antwerp, right? So this is a major breaking news. Major breaking news. Manchester United reached agreement with his club, Antwerp, right, to sign Lamens. So he's 23, a good age for a goalkeeper. That's why I was pushing for him. He's young. He's one of the best. And 25 million plus add-ons is a great valuation for a goalkeeper. I know some people say, hey, you overpaid 25 million. Let's see what the add-ons are. I think maybe it might be a 10 million add-on. Let's see what the add-ons are. David Ornstein doesn't say the add-ons. But yeah, no sell-on. So 5 years at Man United. Bro, it's something. It is something, bro. Deadline day, we're doing something. And yo, we've been live. We've been waiting for this moment, and finally the agreement is reached. No more, let's hope it's no more Onana in goals. He's still young. There's still a situation where Ruben Amorim might be still starting Bindia and Onana, but I expect this guy to play in the Manchester derby, and this was the image of him flying to Manchester, bro. This was the image of him flying to Manchester, so it's officially done and dusted. He's a Man United player. Welcome to Manchester United. My goalkeeper, bro. Lamens is in the building. The next Thibaut Courtois. Come on, bro. Come on. Yo. Bro. That's what we've been genuinely waiting for, right? A Lamens. Here we go. And we finally got it. Transfer deadline day. Yo. That's what we've been waiting for. A Lamens overall situation where he's a Man United player, right? He's a Man United player. I think this is he's a Man United player. I think this is what we wanted to see, bro. This is what we wanted to see. And still no update from Fabrizio, but we know when David Ornstein says something, it's game over, bro. It's game over. When David Ornstein says something, I'm still waiting to hear what Fabrizio has to say. Obviously, he'll give an update as well. Yeah, Fabrizio confirms it as well. Fabrizio, here we go from Fabrizio Romano. Here we go from Fabrizio Romano. So Fabrizio confirms it as well. So well done, Fabrizio Romano. Here we go from Fabrizio Romano. So yeah, it's official, man. And he did say this was gonna be the time he puts a here we go. So Fabrizio with a here we go as well. Big up Fabrizio Romano. He's been cooking this transfer window. But yeah, everything we wanted to see is coming, bro. Everything we wanted to see is coming. Sancho gone. Fabrizio gives a here we go for our goalkeeper. Obviously, as a midfielder, it might not happen. It might happen, but bro, let's Let's keep it. Let's keep hoping. Let's keep hoping, but at least this guy is over the line. Welcome to Manchester United, bro. Young goalkeeper, you're gonna be here for years and years to come. So hey, the mission stays the same, bro. The mission stays the same for Manchester United. Lamens, he's here. Come on, bro. Transfer deadline day. Fabrizio has cooked, man. Fabrizio has cooked. Transfer deadline day. Fabrizio has cooked. Fabrizio has cooked, man. Fabrizio has cooked. Come on. And he said it earlier on, bro. That's why I always rate Fabrizio Romano, bro. This guy said it earlier on in 2 hours. It's been 2 hours, and the here we go is there. So he said it in 2 hours. There'll be a here we go for this goalkeeper. We stayed live. We stayed live until this moment, and the man has delivered, man. The man has delivered. He said in 2 hours, the here we go will come, and Fabrizio Romano has delivered, bro.
Now, Kobbie Mainoo wants to go on loan, so that's why I told you no panic a few days ago, because Man United really want to keep the player, and Amorim went public saying this cannot happen. We need Kobbie, and we want Kobbie to stay. So now let's see how they're going to fix the situation. There will be conversations in the next hours again between Kobbie Mainoo and Manchester United, between Kobbie Mainoo and Ruben Amorim. But for sure, this is one of the big stories to follow, because the player wants to go, wants to play. It's also about the World Cup. There is a World Cup in 1 year, and Kobbie Mainoo wants to be there. At the Euros, it was fantastic, so he wants to be there for England. And so imagine about this opportunity, and not playing at Manchester United for Kobbie is tough, is different, and it's very difficult. So Kobbie keeps pushing to go on loan, but Man United are closing the doors, and they really internally don't believe there is any chance for Kobbie to go. Let's see what happens. What I can tell you behind the scenes is that more than 10 clubs, around 15 clubs.
So let's see what happens with Kobbie and the midfield, but at least we did it. We did it with the goalkeeper. Welcome, Lamens, bro. Welcome, Lamens. I just want to talk about, I've never watched him like full games and things like that, but based on what people are saying, based on what experts are saying, and based on what I'm hearing, like, yo, this guy, he's really good. He's really stable, and I don't think it's gonna be worse than Onana and these other guys, bro. I think now we can be optimistic as fans that, okay, we have a goalkeeper that's gonna be putting up some reliable situations, bro. We just need a reliable goalkeeper to come through. The way people are talking about him, they're talking about him like, okay, he's gonna be the next Thibaut Courtois, this and that. I think right now he's good enough to start even right now, because we signed a goalkeeper for right now. I think, yes, people say he's still young, but he's still played over 50 games, bro. He's still played, I think, over 100 games or something. I was hearing a stat. He's played a lot of games for his former club. So now at Man United, let's see, will Ruben Amorim start him immediately? Manchester derby, he starts, or will it be an outside Bindia situation? Because we saw last season, favoritism was a thing. Last season with Erik ten Hag. Favoritism, whoever, Erasmus was starting every game. Let's hope that's not the situation with this goalkeeper. Lamens, he needs to come in, start his first game. The hype is there with him. People are saying he's a good goalkeeper. People are saying he's almost gonna be like Thibaut Courtois. So just the same mindset I had with Ruben Amorim. I never watched Ruben Amorim before he came to Man United, but I gave him a chance just based on what other people are saying. Okay, other people are saying this guy is good. We just have to go off of what people are saying. People are saying this guy is amazing, and to be fair, our scouting has improved. Just based on what we've done with young players. Yeah, the young players we brought in, Aiden Heaven, I've been impressed with him. Chido Obi, although he hasn't performed, but you can see there's talent there. So the young players, even Lamens, the scouting department has improved, bro. The scouting department has improved. Man United, we're doing what we need to do, and we're going in the right direction. We're going in the right way. So it's just about how we deliver today, bro. But that here we go, really, really needed. Big up Fabrizio Romano, the man with a plan. So, obviously that Fabrizio is gonna be busy. He covers every team, bro. He covers every team. He's gonna be busy. Let's see. He said he might give an update on the goalkeeper, but yeah, I said I was gonna go live. I was gonna be live until we get that. Here we go for our new goalkeeper, and here we go. It's actually happened. Lamens is here, and gotta give it up to Fabrizio, man. He said, okay, yeah, it'll just be a 2-hour situation. I'll give an update in 2 hours, and that has happened. So gotta be fair with Fabrizio, man. Fabrizio has turned up. Fabrizio has done what he needed to do. And before I leave, just want to play
so
what
that is
Ruben
the most
was
important
saying,
thing.
bro.
Yeah, Richard, then Simon. Hi, Ruben. I'm just wondering if you could talk about the situation with Benjamin Sesko, because you didn't bring him on when either Cunha or Mount was injured, and also the other night he only took the 10th penalty, which surprised people. So
Everything is connected. So he finished the game with cramps, really in the limit. That's why we protect Ben from the penalties. And today was that reason also, because Josh is also a striker, he's an international striker. But I was thinking that Ben, during the preseason, he didn't do 90 minutes. And he did that even against a 4th division team. He did that on Wednesday. And with the problem of Cunha, you don't know if that full game in the middle of the week has something to do with the injury today. With the problem with Mason Mount, I was not risking another player, not knowing if they are able to play so many minutes. So everything was connected. The penalty, the game on Wednesday, and the number of minutes that I was thinking to put Ben today.
Ruben, you say that it feels like the opposition can score when they get possession round your box, but one of the reasons for that is that your goalkeepers keep making mistakes. And I realise everybody makes mistakes, but the goalkeeper in particular. Is that a problem? Because that undermines confidence, surely, in your defence.
Guys, they are humans, and if you Manchester United, everything is in news. Everybody talk about the goalkeeper, and you can see I can change the goalkeepers if the situations happen. We are in that moment. I think it's hard to be a Manchester United goalkeeper in this moment. But if you look, the first goal, we can defend better the box.
So that's the comment where I feel like Ruben will still be starting Altay Bindia. That's the comment where I feel like, yo, Ruben, he still believes in Altay Bindia. Let me just play that again, bro. That's the comment from Ruben Amram where I think he still has belief in Altay, bro.
Because that undermines confidence, surely, in your defence.
Guys, they are humans, and if you Manchester United, everything is in news. Everybody talk about the goalkeeper, and you can see I can change the goalkeepers if the situations happen. We are in that moment. I think it's hard to be a Manchester United goalkeeper in this moment.
So the manager is saying, hey, it's hard for Altay and Onana. That's why I think he might just stick with these guys, bro. He might just stick with one of them, Altay or Onana. Obviously, we have Lamens over the line. But Manchester Derby, I wouldn't be shocked, okay, Onana or Altay are starting, right? I wouldn't be shocked at all. I wouldn't be shocked at all. So, crazy transfer deadline day, bro. But those comments alone, they're just showing that, okay, the manager still has some type of belief that Onana and Altay, it's not their fault. It's because we're just unlucky or something like that.
But if you look, the first goal, we can defend better the box. We suffered a quite similar goal against Fulham because we don't do the full rotation of the team when the ball is in the other side. All these small things has nothing to do with the goalkeeper. Players are struggling a little bit with all the things that around the club, and that is normal. So it's not just the goalkeepers. I think everybody has to improve.
Laurie and finish with Sam. Hi, Ruben. Are you pleased with how your players responded after Wednesday in terms of the team collective, the moves that you've created look like they've been worked on the training ground? And just a quick word on Mbeumo as well. It looked like a really standout performance from him in terms of that.
Yeah, it was like impressive the way he stretched the team, the quality that he has in the first touch, and you can feel it that we are a different team because when we win the ball, we have one guy stretching the team. we didn't have last season. We struggle a little bit with that. And then you can see the first minutes of the game. You can understand, you can compare this to Wednesday, and you can feel it. It's not about playing well. It's the sound of the fans when we are pressing and winning balls and corners and
Oh my God. The midfield, I was saying a midfield will happen, and now we have some breaking news. Looks like we've inquired about Conor Gallagher. Conor Gallagher on loan. That's just coming out right now. So transfer deadline day, bro. So much is happening. So much is happening. Obviously, Conor Gallagher, Atletico Madrid. It hasn't been the best, but Man United have inquired for a season-long loan for Conor Gallagher. So, yo, transfer deadline day, so much is happening, bro. So much is happening. You don't know what's going to happen. You can't even rest. Bro, what a day. What a day. What a day.
You sprint to get a corner, you sprint to get a throw in. It's nothing to do with the tactical or technical aspect. So today, I just need to watch sometimes the first minutes to understand the mindset of the team.
Ruben, everyone's looking for this turning point, and obviously this is a small step. When will you know? When will you see that this is what you want?
The important thing is that we were, if you take Wednesday, we were more consistent in the performance compared to last year. That is a good thing. But I'm not thinking about turning point. I had this conversation with you guys like 10 times. So I'm not. It's day by day. I'm happy. We return sometimes playing well or not so well. We return a little bit the team that we should be competitive. Creating chances, we need to score. Sometimes we block the opponent in their half. We press really high. So we have a lot to do, but we return a little bit to our level today.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Crazy, man. Crazy transfer deadline day. Looks like we might just get a goalkeeper, but bro. At least the goalkeeper is over the line. I meant we might just get a midfielder, but if it's Conor Gallagher, I don't know, would people take Conor Gallagher on a season-long loan? But I knew something was gonna happen. A loan deal for sure. That's what they're exploring. The news has just broken. We're inquiring about Conor Gallagher on loan, transfer deadline day. We did the same thing with Sabitzer. So that might be the situation, bro. That might be the situation. We get a midfielder on loan. But yo, at least my goalkeeper is here, bro. Lamens, welcome, my brother. Welcome. My goalkeeper is here. He's gonna be balling out. He's gonna be making more saves. And I just wish him all the luck.
Congratulations. There was a lot of drama at the end of the game there. You look like one of the most relaxed in the stadium. Did you feel that way on the inside?
Yeah, because I was thinking that Bruno is no way that he's going to miss 2 penalties in a row. So I was really comfortable and confident that we are going to score. I don't like to see penalties. I wanted to see the reaction of our fans. It was a good moment, but I was thinking that in the last minutes we will be... In this moment, everything happened, so we should be really focused. I was trying to imagine the last minutes of the game.
When we spoke last after the game against Fulham, you were saying that the problems came when you took the lead and you're looking for that character. Did you see glimpses of that today, the reactions to conceding and going and reacting straight away?
Today was better. I think we struggle a little bit. It's not about the quality of the players, but it's the characteristics. And when we had to change 2 players because of injuries, was hard for us. We in the second half, we lack with a little bit of pace because Bruno can control more the game as a number 10, but we lack a little bit one more guy to stretch the play like Brian. So I think today was different. We took the lead and we continue to try to score goals.
And quickly, any information on Cunha and Mason on their injuries?
No, we have to see. So we have 2 weeks. Let's see how long it will be taking.
So after those 2 weeks, we will genuinely get a realistic viewpoint on Cunha's injury, but also just trying to get the full details of this Lamens deal. Fabrizio Wu talked just now. Yeah, bro, I talked about it. Lamens, here we go. Fabrizio is always delivering, bro. Fabrizio is always delivering, man. Fabrizio is always delivering. We talked about it. Lamens, here we go. He's flying to Manchester. Bro, at least my goalkeeper is here. At least my goalkeeper is here. So Fabrizio coming out with Jadon Sancho. Here we go. Lamens, here we go. Let's hope there's a goalkeeper. Let's hope we have a here we go for a goalkeeper, bro. Here we go for a goalie. Come on. Welcome to Man United, though. Welcome to Manchester United, Lamens, bro. I think it's a bit ambitious, though, because he is one of the best goalkeepers of his age range. Obviously, some fans, they wanted Donnarumma. I understand. Some fans are frustrated because they wanted Donnarumma. Donnarumma has gone to Manchester City. Yes, him and Donnarumma is like a 3-year age gap, right? A 3-year age gap. So it's not really a massive age gap. The thing with Donnarumma are the wages. For sure, right now, Donnarumma is a better goalkeeper, right? Because he's done it in a Champions League final. He's done it in big games. But with Lamens, he has the potential to be one of the best goalkeepers in the world. And even right now, it's not like a situation where you're buying an academy goalkeeper, bro. That's not the situation, right? It's not like you're buying an academy goalkeeper. You're buying a goalkeeper that has turned up for a consistent amount of time, bro. For a long period of time, right? So you're buying a goalkeeper that has game time, over 50 games in pro football, right? He's played in a lot of big games. So Lamens, it's not like it's an academy player where, oh no, we're hoping he comes good. He's already good right now. People are just saying, hey, he'll be better. He can be better. So it's not like you're buying an academy guy where, okay, it's only potential. Right now, he's shown consistency for his club. And as a goalkeeper, bro, saving is saving, bro. Saving is saving. So it's not he's not Premier League experienced or this and that. As Premier League experience doesn't really matter with a goalkeeper, right? Let's not use... I think Premier League experience is a myth. It's a myth. There's no such thing as a Premier League experience. I think players fail, players do well. So it is what it is, bro. I don't believe in Premier League experience, bro. I do not believe in Premier League experience. I think, some players do well, some players don't do well. It is what it is. I know some fans will be upset. Oh, no, but we should have gone for Emi Martinez because this guy is not Premier League experienced. I think Premier League experience is a myth, bro. It's a myth. But, hey, happy that he's over the line. Happy that he's here. And... let's just hope our whole fortune turns, right? Our whole fortune turns, bro. Our entire fortune turns. But Fabrizio, doing what Fabrizio Romano does. Let me just put what he said about the overall Sancho deal.
Jadon Sancho to Aston Villa.
The overall Sancho
we go.
deal.
Agreement done. Loan deal for Sancho, who is joining Villa from Manchester United. Initial loan with a contract to be extended for 1 more season. And then Aston Villa will have the possibility eventually to buy the player in 2026. Agreement done also with Sancho, waiting for medical test and contract signing. But after Anthony to Betis, another outgoing for Man United, Sancho is going to Villa. Here we go.
So, looks like it's just Sancho going to Villa, but Emi Martinez won't come because we have my guy Lamens over the line. And, hey, big up Fabrizio, man. Big up Fabrizio Romano. Always staying consistent, always delivering for the people. Welcome to Man United, Lamens. Welcome to Man United. I know the pressure. Some people will talk about pressure, right? The pressure in every club is massive. Especially Manchester United. I think the pressure at United is different to other people, bro. It's different to other people because you can even hear, let me play what Brian Mbeumo was saying after the game, bro.
Brian, congratulations, a goal and the first 3 points of the season. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel very good, obviously. I think today was really important that we could win. And obviously I'm really happy to score my first goal here.
And of course, again, it's not for the chance of trying. There's so many opportunities to get more goals. We see it from yourself running in behind often. Hopefully 2-2 for you, the first of many.
Yeah, of course. We had a lot of chances in the first half. But yeah, I think we kept going in the game, and yeah, at the end we get a reward.
You mentioned the importance of this game as we head into the international break. Is it a nice chance now to enjoy this victory and reset and return for the 2 big games that lie ahead?
Yeah, of course, it's really important. It gives us a lot of confidence and a bit of breather before the national team.
Hey, it's gonna be a big season for Brian. I still think he's our signing of the season, transfer window. Brian Mbeumo, I think he's the signing of the season because he's gonna give us some type of consistency. He's gonna give us goals, and he's just major, bro. He's just major for us. If I'm judging the season, looks like Conor Gallagher. That's a realistic thing. Let's just wait for Fabrizio Romano to talk about this Conor Gallagher situation. But Conor Gallagher to Man United on loan looks like that is a possibility, bro. That is a possibility. News is actually coming out on Conor Gallagher, and Fabrizio Romano did say, yo, if Man United do a deal for a midfielder, it's gonna be a loan deal. It's gonna be a loan situation. So, if I'm judging the transfer window, I would give it like 6, 7 out of 10, bro. Not even 7. I would give it 6 out of 10. Yes, goalkeeper, massive. I'm happy with Lamens. The midfield, that was the main thing. Attack, nothing to complain about, bro. You strengthened your attack, and good up and coming striker like Sesko. You got Mbeumo, a goal scorer, a goal machine. You got Cunha. Yes, Cunha didn't really start well, but I think he's gonna be good. So we could have had a better transfer window, right? At least Lamens is there, my goalkeeper. But as the midfielder, let's see what happens, bro. Let's see what happens. I did say, yo, we're gonna be live until that. Here we go for a goalkeeper, and it has happened. So yeah, Lamens, bro. Obviously, there's gonna be a video of him landing in Manchester. When that video comes out, I'll post it on the channel because, hey, for sure that there's gonna be videos, clips of him landing in Manchester, things like that. So Lamens over the line. Happy to see that, bro. Happy to see that Lamens is there. And it's a major season for us, bro. It's a major season. It's just about what do we do as a team, as a club? How do we move forward? How do we take ourselves to that next level? Let's see, bro. Let's see. With United, what type of season are we gonna have? I think Lamens makes us better, but does he make us top 6? That's a major question, bro. That is a major question. Lamens does make us better, but does he make us top 6? That's a major question. Without a midfield and with Ruben Amorim's inconsistency, I don't see us getting top 6. But a goalkeeper probably helps us push for like 7th, 4th, 7th, 8th. Let's see. We just have to take it game by game, bro. We just have to take it game by game. It's just a crazy situation we're in where we're saying top 6 is unrealistic. But we are Man United, bro. We are Man United, but it's crazy transfer window. Let's hope for something, but credit to Fabrizio. He brought the here we go. He brought the deal is done and dusted. And yeah, Lamens has really come. But come on, bro. We need this. We needed this from the start of the window. We needed a situation of a goalkeeper. Now we have a goalkeeper. Give him the number 1 shirt. I think Bindier is the number 1. But you're going to sell Bindier. Give Lamens the number 1 shirt. And then focus on building with this guy. I think defensively we have nothing to worry about. The lid is comfortable. And now your defense is complete, right? You have a new goalkeeper. And now the only hole in the team is a midfield. I genuinely believe that. Okay, the only hole in this team is that midfield, right? You have a good defense. You have a good goalkeeper coming forward. You have a good attack. Now the only hole, the only thing is the midfield. And that's the craziest situation, right? these guys, Ineos, they move backwards, bro, because you're supposed to build the midfield. Your foundation is the midfield first, right? The heart is the midfield. So we should have built the midfield and then the finishing touches of the attack. But it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Attack, I think, a good foundation. Defense, a great foundation. It's just the midfield foundation where we're lacking massively, bro. That's why I say top 6. It might be a stretch, bro. It might be a stretch, but yeah. Conor Gallagher, it is what it is. But transfer deadline, we stayed live until the laments. Here we go. The guys there. Shout out Fabrizio. Shout out everybody that joined this live stream. And hey, should I just wait for like a midfielder? Because we're hearing noise. I just want to wait to hear what Fabrizio says about this, right? Let's see, because it looks like Fabrizio will talk about this goalkeeper, but he'll go live again. Fabrizio is about to go live again, so I just want to hear what he's gonna say in that live stream. Maybe I'll stay up. I'll stay live until Fabrizio talks, right? Until Fabrizio says what he needs to say in that live stream, because apparently he's gonna go live again. So Fabrizio has delivered though. Fabrizio has delivered. It's gonna be a busy day for him. It's gonna be a busy day. But we've done our thing, man. We've done our thing. It's just disappointing that you never got in a midfielder, but looks like the midfielder we're gonna get in is Conor Gallagher. Am I happy, satisfied with Conor Gallagher? He's not the best quality, bro. He's not. That. There's a reason Chelsea sold him. Of course, Atletico Madrid bought him, but in La Liga, he's been basic, bro. He's been basic. It's just sad. It's just sad. You could have bought Richard Rios, but now you're settling on Conor Gallagher, bro. You're saying this board of flights for midfielders next hours to shut down. Bro, we need a midfielder, bro. We need a midfielder. Conor Gallagher, is he the guy I'm overly excited for? Ooh, Conor Gallagher has come. Conor Gallagher is gonna cook. I don't think Conor Gallagher is gonna cook, bro. I do not think Conor Gallagher is gonna cook. We missed out on Richard Rios. You could have gotten somebody like Edison. And I know people will be happy about Conor Gallagher. Oh, no, he's Premier League proven, this and that. But you could have gotten better quality, bro. You could have gotten better quality, man. You could have gotten better quality. And looks like that's the guy we're going to settle on, right? Conor Gallagher. It's a crazy situation, but while the transfer window is still cooking, bro, I'll keep everybody updated when that video drops of Lamens landing in Manchester, because we know there's going to be a video of Lamens landing in Manchester. And I think the announcement will be this week. Probably they'll do an interview this week as well. So we're moving. I think the announcement will be maybe Thursday, Friday. Interview probably will drop Friday. We know how Man United move, bro. They always drop a new signing. Their interview always drops on a Friday. So probably by Friday, Lamens will do an interview. That interview will drop on a Friday. And then official announcement maybe Wednesday, Thursday. So we know how Man United move, man. We know how Man United move. And yeah, international break. Just improve. The players that are not going for the internationals. Obviously, Cunha has pulled out of the international because of his injury. But from our squad, who's really going out for internationals? I think it's only De Ligt. Looks like Sesko as well. Bruno, of course. Diego Dalot. So we have some players going out. Dogu. So we have some real players. I almost said Højlund, but Højlund isn't a Man United player anymore. So yeah, we have some decent players going out on international break. Some major players, Casemiro as well. Obviously, Kobe Mano hasn't been called up, so Kobe going nowhere, international break. So the players that are not going on anywhere, Ahmad, for sure, he's going to go. Onana going, international break. Brian Mbeumo going for internationals as well. So we have a lot of major players going out for their internationals, right? If you talk about the attack, that's Cunha, obviously he's injured. Sesko is going for an international. Brian Mbeumo is going for his international. Zerski, international. So majority of our attack are going out for international break. Midfield, the only one that's not going out is Kobe Mano, right? Kobe Mano, because Ugarte is going, Casemiro is going, Bruno is going. So defense, the only ones that are not gonna go defensively are Maguire and Aiden Heaven. So looks like majority of our team are gonna be part of those international breaks. So I don't think I don't think you can do a lot in that, right? We heard Ruben will have a meeting with the board to see his future, to discuss his future. So let's see how that meeting goes. Probably Wednesday. We heard a lot of journalists say, yo, that meeting between Ruben and the board is going to happen this week, this and that. So we're still going to keep updated with that. But a lot is happening, bro. A lot is happening. You have to think about international break. New players have come in. I don't think Lamens will go for internationals with Belgium. Let me check. Was Lamens called up for the international? Let me check the Belgium national team, right? Belgium, because he might be called up as a second choice for Courtois, right? A Belgium national team. Was this guy? Belgium national team, bro. Was this guy called up for the national team? Lamens. National team. Let's see. Was this guy called up? Looks like he wasn't called up, bro. Lamens wasn't called up for the Belgium national team. So he's good, man. He's good to come to Man United, do what he needs to do. So Lamens wasn't really called up for the Belgium national team, not even as a backup. So Lamens, he's good. He's good to go. He's good to go. He's going to be training with the team, with Man United during that preseason. And let's see if we do bring in a new midfielder. I think that that international break, sorry, not preseason, that international break, the new midfielder will be training with the squad. So looks like it might be a Conor Gallagher situation, but I'm happy with Lamens, bro. I'm happy, satisfied that, okay, Lamens, he's here to cook. He's here to do what he needs to do. And I back him at the highest level, bro. I think that's how you should be moving, bro. That's how you should be moving. So Conor Gallagher looks like that's the guy. I'm still waiting. Will Fabrizio Romano give an update on Conor Gallagher, bro? That's the only way I'll know, yes, this Conor Gallagher situation is real, bro. Because right now, the people that are talking about Conor Gallagher, they're not really that reliable, bro. So until somebody like a Fabrizio, because he's about to do another thing, because he said, okay, after the Here We Go for Lamens, he'll drop another video. So obviously he'll talk about Conor Gallagher as well. So Fabrizio Romano, he's cooking, man. He's cooking. Credit to Fabrizio, man. Credit to Fabrizio. The man is cooking. Ten Hag sacked. Sancho gone. Anthony gone. A lot has happened today, bro. A lot has happened today. Ten Hag sacked. Sancho gone. Lamens over the line. A lot is happening today. My guy Fabrizio Romano cooking. Fabrizio Romano doing what he needs to do. Right? But we've done our thing as well, bro. We have done our thing. Like Lamens, good quality. He can add something different. And long term, let's see. November, December, is Ruben Amorim still the manager? That's the main question, bro. That is the main question, bro. because let me just wait for what Fabrizio has to say, but let me just react to what some of these people are saying.
Okay. Tottenham, Grimsby Tottenham, working for BBC 5 Live. We've got to all the big games, you and I.
Yeah.
Many moons
Last minute
ago.
winner, yeah. But last minute winner in a press box when I couldn't see the pitch. But this is what football's all about, coming to Grimsby on a Wednesday night and watching a Premier League team.
I'm not sure about that.
Let's hope we can get home from there, Mark. We're going to let you go. We're going to let you give your arm a rest as well. And obviously, you've got a lot of copy to file right
Now,
now.
if you could have done that, Augie, from a burger van, that would have been absolutely
or a fish and chip
Fish and
van.
chip shop.
I've got the panic sign behind me. There you go.
Press it. Obviously, I want to
all right, Augie, have a good one. I tell you what, if I hear there's a word that could actually make my head explode, right? And that won't be pretty.
Yeah.
System.
Philosophy.
System. No, system. The players don't fit the system. The system, it isn't working in England.
So the argument is that, these guys are saying, hey, the system isn't working in England. And we've seen a lot of situations where our system is easily broken down. Our system is been... Other teams are saying, this is the easiest system to play against, right? The Man United system is the easiest system to play against. So, hey, let's see, bro. Whoa. Something on Kobbie Mainoo as well. Kobbie Mainoo U-turn or something like that. So, hey, transfer deadline. So many updates, bro. So many updates. But these guys are saying the system for Ruben Amorim is not working. So, in England, he might have to change it. So let's just hear a bit more, man.
We've gone from 10 days ago, this Manchester United side against Arsenal showing that they could beat anybody in the league, to tonight, Augie saying this Manchester United side could lose anywhere in 10 days. What a turnaround.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
I've actually moved house closer to the ESPN to come in for moments like this.
Craig made it in time. However, you did give praise, guys, to Grimsby Town for quite the achievement here, going toe-to-toe, and as Craig mentioned, and oftentimes overshining Manchester United.
Without question. And so often when we talk about lower league against higher league opponents, these games are...
As well, I'm sure, but as a goalkeeper, it's maybe slightly different. But I've been in that scenario as a Chelsea player and as a Celtic player in Scotland. You're the big club. And you go to some of these lower league grounds and you're kind of like a little blasé about it. And then you come out and the game starts, and before you know it, your goalie's having to make 2 or 3 saves because they've come out like a house on fire. It's the big moment. And you as a player go, whoa, right, hold on. Hold on. We need to switch on here, right? Because that attitude gives them a chance. And you just feel that maybe there was, again, even though with the changes, there was a bit of swagger about United tonight. We're Man United. We're spending all this money. We're just going to pitch up and beat Grimsby.
And sometimes it's not about what you spend, bro. It's how you spend the money, bro. And a lot of people who say that, oh yeah, we spend that's the same mindset I have for Liverpool. Yes, Liverpool have spent a lot. But it's about what the players do on the field, bro. What you sign, do they deliver? Because currently, Florian Wirtz, he's not succeeding so far, bro. He's not succeeding so far. He's looking average. He's not looking like an over 100 million player. So it's not about what you spend or how you spend, bro. It's about whether the people you spend that money on turn up, whether they show up, whether they are playing to the level. Because I always have this mindset. You always just judge a transfer window when the season ends, bro. That's the mindset I have. So even judging the transfer window right now, it's a bit unfair because will these players genuinely turn up? Because when we signed Sancho, Ronaldo, all these guys, I was thinking, wow, this window, it's an 8 out of 10, right? But then the players never delivered. When we signed Anthony, all these other guys, bro, I was thinking, wow, 7 out of 10. That's why, as fans, we need to start judging the transfer window when the season ends, bro. Have these guys genuinely delivered? Has this guy genuinely showed up? Has this guy genuinely turned up, bro?
And sometimes that can be your undoing. I've had those moments where I think, my God, these guys are actually better than what I thought. They're not good enough in the end if you put your foot on the gas. But they're sometimes better in what you think, and if you're just a little bit off, you give them a chance to take it. That's what Grimsby Town did. They took their big opportunity, albeit it was via penalties at the end. But again, it's moments like this for players that are probably, and I keep saying this, you know, most players that play the game don't get to play at the level that we were able to play at. Unfortunately, most, you know, guys are playing down the lower leagues or the Championship or below, and they never make that jump. You see how tough it is for teams to come from the Championship at times into the Premier League and then get suckered straight back down. It's the same for players. It's a big, big step to move up the divisions. And so for these boys, they don't have, most of them, and I'm not being disrespectful, they don't have the talent level. They're probably never going to see those big movies in the Premier League. And so you get your one opportunity as a player, and you either fold because you're too nervous, or you take it. And we saw those scenes at the end with the fans on the ground, albeit Man United are pretty much dross these days, even spending all that money. Doesn't matter to these guys. They've beaten Manchester United.
And yeah, looks like Onana and Bindia, none of them are going to be sold. That's just coming out as well. Onana, Bindia, none of them are going to be sold. So looks like it might be just a Conor Gallagher situation. Conor Gallagher to Manchester United. That might just be who we go for. And I know this will divide fans, bro. Conor Gallagher to Man United. This will divide a lot of fans. Some fans will be happy. Some fans will lose their mind. So let's see. Conor Gallagher, he's not the greatest midfielder. I'm not even going to say but. We should have, that's why I'm saying we should have gotten Richard Rios, right? We should have gone for Edison. You put your eggs in one basket and then that basket never turned out. Looks like Man United, they put their eggs in the Baleba basket and now they don't want to pay up, bro. Now they don't want to pay up the Baleba money, and now we're going for Conor Gallagher as a last minute save our season option, right? A season-long loan.
And that's been their big moment.
But that's the arrogance about Manchester United here, because to your point, yes, you fold. If you will fold if the opponent, and in this case Manchester United, gives you a reason to fold. If they give you a reason to believe in yourself, you take it. And Manchester United, just to come out in the way that they did, and give Grimsby every reason to believe that they could get a result here, is on them. And I can't help that. It just smacks of arrogance, because these players have to know better than going to lower league opponents and feel that all you need to do is turn up. All you need to do is put on your shirt and the result is determined. And
that's the mindset of some of our players, bro. That is the mindset I always question of some of our players. Okay, yeah, you decide when to turn up. You decide when to not be good. You can't have that mentality, bro, especially at the top level. At the top level of football, bro, you can't have the mentality of, okay, today I'm going to turn up, tomorrow, I'm not, bro. So it's the mentality. Let's see, bro. The transfer window is still. Who do you want in the midfield, bro? Because Baleba, I don't see that happening. Looks like it's genuinely gonna be a Conor Gallagher thing, bro. A Conor Gallagher thing where Conor Gallagher is our last minute option. Conor Gallagher is the guy that's here to save Manchester United, bro. We are really, really down bad. We are really, really down bad, because midfield determines how the season is gonna go, bro. Midfield determines how this season is gonna go, and the mindset of a lot of our players, bro. We see it time and time again. A team you're supposed to beat comfortably, you make it hard. It doesn't make sense, bro. And at least now Lamens is there. No more mistakes, bro. No more mistakes.
Some of that arrogance, Craig pointed it out, came out during the penalty shootout with Maguire and Bruno Fernandes.
You know, we're probably not going to hear from Ruben Amorim during this show. We may not. I would imagine not. I wonder if he's thrown anybody under the bus after today's game. I wonder if he's taken responsibility. But when you play these strong-arm tactics that he has with quite a lot of players, it says, I'm the man, you're out, you're out, you're out, I'm making these changes, I'm doing this. That's all very well. But you've got to get results. Because if you're a Man United fan, can you trust? You can't trust this team, right? You just can't at the moment. I don't know when we will. Can you trust the manager to make the right decisions? There's no evidence since he's been at the club that you can trust him to make the right decisions. Yeah, like, you know, Garnacho may have an attitude, Rashford may have an attitude, whoever. I don't know. But he's making those decisions whilst not getting results. That's not a good fit. That is not a good fit.
Now, I disagree with that point, bro. Obviously, the hard decisions have to be made regardless, bro. You can't say, hey, he's making those decisions, but you're not winning games. Even if you're losing games, bro, you still have to make those hard decisions, right? Rashford still needed to go. Garnacho still needed to go. So I disagree with that point where he's saying, okay, Ruben Amorim, he's making the hard decision. Why is he making, like, it's gonna happen, bro. It's gonna happen. Those hard decisions needed to happen, bro. They needed to happen.
Because the board start looking at the manager. Say, look, how he's you know, if you're a board member, if you're Jason Wilcox who played the game, you're Omar Barada was at Man City, and there are others. You sit and you're sitting there at recruitment level before you even get to the financial gurus, and you say, this guy's totally inflexible. Totally. I said on the show the other day, I think it was Sunday, I believe it was, or whatever day. I've never known a top flight manager, ever known a top flight manager that won't swallow his pride and make changes.
Yeah.
None. Now, there might not have been wholesale changes, but there were changes. He never came out. Sir Alex Ferguson, Arsene Wenger, Jose Mourinho, Carlo Ancelotti, Antonio Conte. Go through the list. I don't give a damn. Go through the lot. Not one of them has ever come out and said, that's the way we're playing, end of story. That's it. That is it.
Okay, yeah, that's somewhere where a lot of fans will question Ruben. Okay, your inability to change when it's not going well, right? When it's not going well, we see situations where it completely falls apart. Our midfield gets outran, but that's why I said, bro, this is gonna be an up and down season. People better prepare for this. People better be ready for this, because a season like this, yeah, we're gonna have highs, we're gonna have lows, but a lot of lows, bro. We're gonna have a lot of lows. We're gonna have some highs. Let's see how the new goalkeeper settles in. But I feel like, okay, with less mistakes, we nick more games, bro. We nick more games with less mistakes, because that Fulham game, if you had like a better goalkeeper, you probably win it 1-0. You probably win it 1-0. So I think the new goalkeeper helps us a lot. It genuinely does. So, of course, we're going to have highs. We're going to have lows, bro. I won't be shocked if we beat Liverpool or something like that, and then we lose to Sunderland. I won't be shocked. So we're going to have highs. We're going to have lows. So people better just prepare, bro. People just better prepare. It shouldn't shock you if we lose to somebody like Sunderland. It shouldn't shock you if we win to somebody like Liverpool. This is going to be a crazy season, bro. This is going to be a crazy season. But with this new goalkeeper, I think it's way better for us. It's way better for us. We have somebody that can do something, bro. That can do something.
Nuts and bolts, that is it. Not one of them. The greatest managers that have ever managed the game, not one of them. That's basically what this guy is saying. This is it. This is it, and I'm not changing. And I've said all along, when you don't make changes, if you're scouting Man United, right, on a weekly basis in the Premier League, you know, whatever team's playing Man United next week, it's the easiest scouting report and tactical analysis leading up that you're ever going to get. Because they've got three at the back, they've got two wing backs, got two in midfield, they've got two narrow in behind and a striker. There's no surprise element. There's no flexibility. And that makes it easier, not for Grimsby Town, but that makes it easier for the bigger teams to go, tell you what, that's where we'll try and pinpoint. That's where because they're going to leave space there, they'll leave space there, they'll look for the diagonals. Shaq, it's just totally inflexible, and I cannot get my head around it.
And the thing is, I'm not sure how it gets an awful lot better. Yes, they're linked with a young goalkeeper to come in, but I'm not sure.
That's obviously the goalkeeper Onana tonight instead of Al.
And that's the major thing, bro. At least Lamens is there. Lamens is there. Lamens is there. Low-key, I want to see if we can do a live until we get confirmation for this Conor Gallagher thing. Because Conor Gallagher looks like that's... A lot of noise is happening with Conor Gallagher, bro. A lot of noise is happening with Conor Gallagher. I just want to hear what Fabrizio Romano has to say. So maybe we'll just stay live until the midfield, the overall midfield situation. Because I'm losing my mind with this midfield, bro. I'm losing my mind. So is it Conor Gallagher? Is it not? Well, we just have to wait for Fabrizio. But yo, all the updates are coming, bro. All the updates are coming. Get some food, get some this, because I'm gonna be live for a long time, bro. Get some food, pop in, pop out. Bro, like, we just need we just need a confirmation on this midfield, bro. I'm just praying, bro. A proper midfielder, please. United. Just shock us with a midfielder. Just shock us with a midfielder, bro. Because, hey, it hasn't been it, bro. The midfield hasn't been... that's the only thing I'm praying for, bro. A midfielder makes our season way more easier, bro. I'm genuinely gonna say this right now. A midfielder makes our season way more easier. Deadline day, please, just shock us with something. Just shock us with something, bro. Just shock us with something. And I'm also just waiting for Lamens to genuinely travel to Manchester. Let's see, how long is a flight, right? From Belgium to Manchester. How long is a flight from Belgium to Manchester, man? Belgium to Manchester. Like, his flight won't be long, though. His flight won't be long. His flight won't be long. Maybe by midday, by the evening, Lamens, probably his medical is done. We might even see pictures of him in a Man United shirt today. You can't write it off. You can't write it off, bro. You can't genuinely write it off. So it's... Come on. It's like 1 hour, bro. 1 hour, 20 minutes. It won't take long for him to arrive, bro, Lamens. 1 hour, 20 minutes, and he started off like 30 minutes ago. When did that news of him going to Manchester drop? So he's almost in Manchester, bro. His flight is almost, it's 1 hour, 20 minutes. So yeah, his flight started an hour ago, bro. His flight started an hour ago, Lamens. So he's almost in Manchester, and those videos are gonna drop immediately. He arrives in Manchester, bro. He's almost there. Lamens, welcome. It's not a long flight, bro. It's not a long flight. So 1 hour, 20 minutes, and it's a private jet. So considering that it's a private jet, it's probably 1 hour, bro. It's probably 1 hour, right? Considering that it's a private jets tend to be like faster than those bigger regular jets, bro. So since it's a private jet, it's gonna be like 1 hour, bro. he might be arriving soon.
Two big mistakes from Onana tonight, and I've sat here and make the argument that I'd have Onana over Altay. On this performance, I'm not so sure.
You might as well leave the both of them in Grimsby.
It was. Listen,
buy them a house.
It was two really basic mistakes from Andre Onana, who I've supported in the past year. But you're bringing in a young goalkeeper named since now 23 years old, in behind a back. You expect.
Is this the Belgian boy?
Belgium, yeah.
Who, by the way, did you hear the other day? They said he's not very good at crosses.
With this.
So already people are criticizing our new goalkeeper, bro. Already people are criticizing our new goalkeeper, saying, yo, he's not good at with crosses. Lamens isn't great with crosses. But let's see how it is. Let's see how it is. So people are saying Lamens isn't great with crosses. But we just have to wait and see, bro. We just have to wait and see. I've never watched him, so I can't say he's amazing with crosses. I can't say he's good with crosses. So here they're saying, yo, he's not great with crosses, Lamens.
And I've said all along, when you don't make changes, if you're scouting Man United, right, on a weekly basis in the Premier League, you know, whatever team's playing Man United next week, it's the easiest scouting report and tactical analysis leading up that you're ever going to get. Because they've got three at the back, they've got two wing backs, they've got two in midfield, they've got two narrow in behind and a striker. There's no surprise element. There's no flexibility. And that makes it easier, not for Grimsby Town, but that makes it easier for the bigger teams to go, tell you what, that's where we'll try and pinpoint. That's where because they're going to leave space there, they'll leave space there, they'll look for the diagonals. Shaq, it's just totally inflexible, and I cannot get my head around it.
And the thing is, I'm not sure how it gets an awful lot better. Yes, they're linked with a young goalkeeper to come in, but I'm not sure.
That's obviously the goalkeeper Onana tonight instead of Altay.
Two big mistakes from Onana tonight. And I've sat here and make the argument that I'd have Onana over Altay. On this performance, I'm not so sure.
You might as well leave the both of them in Grimsby.
It was. Listen,
buy them a house.
It was two really basic mistakes from Andre Onana, who I've supported in the past year. But you're bringing in a young goalkeeper named since now 23 years old, in behind a back. You expect.
Is this the Belgian boy?
Belgium, yes.
Who, by the way, did you hear the other day they said he's not very good at crosses?
So that's the criticism for our new goalkeeper. Some people are saying he's not good with cross, but I don't believe that. Let's see. Let's just give him some time, man. Let's see. We have to see him first before we start saying, hey, he's not good at crosses, he's not good at this, he's not good at that. Let's see how he settles in, bro. Let's see how he settles in, because it's obviously gonna be. We don't know what to expect from fans, right? I've never watched him, so I can't say, hey, he's gonna be amazing, he's gonna be unbelievable, right? People are saying he's not good with crosses. We have to wait and see. We have to see it with our own eyes, bro. We have to see it with our own eyes. So, Lamens, I still have a feeling that he'll succeed, bro. I'm just happy that the guy's there. So, we have some breaking. Obviously, Fabrizio Romano is doing so many things. Even on live TV, Fabrizio Romano is appearing on live TV. So this one, I'm skeptical to show it, but breaking. Fabrizio Romano saying, hey, why we didn't proceed. So this is from live TV. Let me just play the audio, because you know live TV, these guys would do like a copyright strike or something. Let me just play the audio, guys. Let me just play the audio for this one. So this is Fabrizio Romano on a live TV. So he's appearing on DAZN, he's appearing on BBC. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy for Fabrizio Romano on transfer deadline day. So this is on live TV. Let me just play the audio. Let me get the audio here so that people can hear this. So this is Fabrizio explaining the whole situation, bro. Fabrizio explaining the whole situation. It's a crazy day for Fabrizio. I think this is where the man works, bro. Endless working for Fabrizio. Deadline day is crazy for him. He's appearing on BBC, he's appearing on this, he's appearing on his own YouTube channel, he's appearing on, bro. Deadline day is, it's a mess, bro. It is a mess, bro. I'm not gonna lie, it's hectic. It is hectic deadline day. But let me play what Fabrizio Romano is saying here. So hard to get this, man. So this is Fabrizio and Ben Jacobs on live TV.
You know, reporting that they've agreed a 21 million euro deal plus add-ons for Senna Lamens. But what does then that mean for Emi Martinez at Villa?
Look, at the moment, Emi is still looking for a solution. Emi wants to go. This is since the start of the window. You probably remember, of course, that at the end of last season, he was saying his goodbye to Villa fans. Then he was back in the squad, but then yesterday again out. So he probably wants to go. We have to see if they can find a solution now, because with United, the deal was on till this morning. Then the idea of Manchester United, from what I'm hearing, was to do a permanent deal swap with Jadon Sancho and Emi Martinez, not to involve any money, basically, in the deal, with a valuation around 25 millions for both players. But at the moment, from what I'm hearing, this is going to be impossible, because Sancho is going only on loan. Sancho is not accepting a permanent move. And so loan deal to Aston Villa, and then for Emi Martinez, new solutions to explore. Let's see what happens with Galatasaray, for example. Galatasaray are still in the market for a goalkeeper. And so maybe Emi Martinez could be an option, or maybe one of the Manchester United goalkeepers now with Senne Lammens joining.
So that's Fabrizio, bro. That's Fabrizio actually explaining why the deal fell apart. Senne Lammens has come in. We were realistically looking at Emi Martinez, but bro, Emi Martinez, it is what it is. That's obviously people are criticizing Lammens already, bro. But let's see him in real life, bro. Let's see him play for Man United before we write him off. People are saying, hey, he's crossing. He's not good with crosses, this and that. But let's see how he cooks in real life, bro. Let's see how he cooks in real life, bro, because we're always going to get a situation where United, bro, we know the situation with us, bro. We know the situation with us. So, I also just want to, while we're just waiting for an update on the midfield, just want to put what Gary Neville was saying as well, man.
This back three, coming into a back three that don't quite understand the system, and was exposed again today. Now, if Onana, with his experience, playing in Italy, playing in the Eredivisie, can't figure out this back three, I'm not sure how a kid coming in does. All that being said, the other thing that I'm kind of looking at, and you know, Oggy touched on it, is about questions about Amorim and his future. Now, I'm with Oggy in that I don't see Manchester United, their board, making any major decisions around him anytime soon.
No.
But Manchester United next have Burnley at home.
And then?
Then they go into the international break. Then they're away to Manchester City and at home to Chelsea. Now, Manchester United come out of the... Well, they have to beat Burnley. Yeah. Have to. Otherwise, what happens from there?
We did that. So, let me just play a bit of what Gary Neville had to say, bro, because while we're just waiting for an update on the midfield, I just want to know, is this Conor Gallagher thing real, bro? Is this Conor Gallagher thing real? Because
it's the Gary Neville podcast from Anfield at the end of a game between Liverpool and Arsenal.
So he was talking about, like...
bigger players. Arsenal would have landed a Giants day. They had 6 in the box that could head it. You've got Timber, Calafiori, Gabriel Saliba, but obviously Mosquera came on. Then you've got Gyökeres and you've got Marino. You have 6 big players in there. Liverpool have got 2 or 3. That's it. So they were outnumbered in terms of height. So what you've then got to do is ask your 5'10", your 5'11" players to be absolute pit bulls. And I'm looking like that really seriously, because I've been there in teams playing for United at Anfield, or playing away at Wimbledon or Stoke, where you've got a height disadvantage, and it's no excuse just to walk off the pitch as Liverpool Football Club and say, oh, we got beat by set pieces because the other team were a little bit taller than us. Didums. You can't do that at Liverpool. You can't do that at Manchester United. There's no excuses.
Now, the difference between like Liverpool, they have a team, they have a foundation, bro. They have like a foundation, a team with one, the mindset, two, the quality. You saw that game against Arsenal, right? They couldn't get a goal from open play, but they still have that individual brilliance to come out, bro. A nice free kick, and then it's 1-0. So Liverpool and Man United was so behind because they have like a mindset, bro. They have a mindset of, okay, their players just have a mindset to be winning, bro. We've seen it too many times this season with Liverpool. Maybe it's a last-minute winner, whatever. Them players always have that mindset to keep pushing on. That's
I thought
that's a
Liverpool
major
today on
difference.
those corners were absolutely outstanding, and they deserve great credit for that. The way in which they've worked on that this week, so they were a little bit more formidable in terms of their aggression. They were more solid and less practical, and also Arsenal are an outstanding defensive team. So the likes of Ekitike, Salah, Wirtz, and Gakpo, 4 really good attacking players. They were playing against top-class defenders. I thought Calafiori, Gabriel, Mosquera when he came on, and Timber were outstanding for Arsenal. I really did think one-on-one they did a great job, and they nullified their opponents. And they've got done by a set-piece in the end from a thingy, but that's not the problem for Arsenal, the defensive side of things. They've got Zubamendi, Rice sat in front of them who do a great job as well. They've got the goalkeeper who's fantastic.
And that's the thing. All the people who are supposed to be competing with have a better team. They have a better foundation. If you talk about like Arsenal, which team in the traditional top 6 do we have like a better midfield than? I don't think there is a team you can think of, okay, Man United's midfield is better than this team or better than Liverpool. We're nowhere close to Liverpool. I don't think we're nowhere close to Man City's midfield. I don't think we're nowhere clear. Arsenal's midfield is also better than ours. Even Chelsea as well, their midfield is better. And now that Tottenham have like Xavi Simons, their midfield is also looking better than ours, bro. So that midfield, we gotta genuinely improve our midfield, bro. At least if it's not January next season, bro, next transfer window. But right now, we're just waiting.
The intent. It's the intent. I don't think Arsenal played a bad game today. I think Mikel Arteta...
Breaking news. So I said it, with a private jet, the flight time is it's faster. So breaking news. Apparently Lamens is already at Carrington. Apparently he's already at Carrington to finalize everything and finalize his move to Manchester United, bro. But still waiting for like the Lamens videos. When they do pop out, I will show them on the screen. I will show everything, bro. Transfer deadline day, bro.
So we'll say after 70 minutes, right, okay, let's try and go and get that goal. But there's something missing up here in these, I'm not going to say big matches, I'm going to say these big away games at difficult grounds. You know, Merseyside is bloody tough to come. For Anfield, to Goodison Park, Newcastle is tough to go to. It's bloody tough up there. And it's tough also to go to Etihad. Because
and also, Lindelof, I forgot to talk about Lindelof. Lindelof joins Aston Villa. Obviously, he was a free agent. Lamens already in Carrington. So a lot is happening. We're just waiting for the midfielder, the midfield update, right? Fabrizio said he's going to give an update like in 30 minutes. So let's see. We're just waiting for that midfield update, bro.
There's such a brilliant team with Pep Guardiola, but they're the grounds if you're going to win the title. You're not always going to win there, but you have to win sometimes. You have to think you can go and win there. And it says something about your intent to go and win there. And I've seen this narrative for 3-4 years now of, a point away from home, it's early in the season, it's good for Arsenal. Not always. If your intent to win and go and basically win the game is there and you draw, fair enough. But I think there's an element of not wanting to lose. Take the bloody handbrake off. You've got good players. You've got really good players in attacking areas. And I just feel like there isn't that commitment to go and disrupt and do something a bit special. And they've got to find that. You've got to go and win games that you maybe not expected to. Because it can't always be that you're just going to go and basically deliver against the lower teams. That's not going to work. I know they got a great record against the bigger team.
Yeah, a central midfielder is important, bro. It's important. This transfer window, so many crazy things. Apparently Tottenham have signed Colomwani. It's a here we go from Fabrizio. So the guy is so busy, bro. It's a here we go for Fabrizio. Colomwani joins Tottenham. So these guys have signed Xavi Simons and Colomwani. Wow. So it's another here we go from Fabrizio Romano, bro. Colomwani joins Tottenham, bro. So Colomwani to Tottenham. Yo, what a day in the transfer window. Colomwani joins Tottenham. That's what I'm saying. This transfer window, bro. transfer deadline is it's a crazy day, bro. It's a crazy day for deadline day. So much is happening. Deadline day, so much is happening, bro. So much is happening. And hey, United, bro, just sign a proper midfielder for us. Just sign us a proper
Arsenal.
midfielder.
But this type of match is costing them.
That's interesting, particularly in the context of the fact that I think, as we were, correct me if I'm wrong, but as we were watching the game, first half, we felt that, broadly speaking, or you felt, doesn't matter what I think, you felt that Arsenal, broadly speaking, had control of the game in the early stages and had a chance to make it theirs.
My last comments before half-time were that I feel like Arsenal, with a bit more risk, can go and win this game. Jamie Carragher, Theo Walcott and Roy Keane at half-time, if Arsenal can just be a bit more brave, the game's there for them. Arsenal, Liverpool are there for the taking, I think Jamie Carragher said. I felt that, speaking to Mike Dean here, I said, look, if Arsenal want to do this, they want to step up and win at Anfield for the first time in 14 years, or go and win at the Etihad, and only won once in I don't know how long. This is it. It's now. And I'm sat here again at the end of a game where they've not won and they've lost. And we all said it at half-time. Can they be a bit more expressive? In that first half where Liverpool were a bit nervous, they were a bit anxious, they weren't quite right, that's when you play through the lines. That's when you do go and get a goal. That's when you are braver, when you can smell that there's something out here that's not quite right. Because once their backs are up, by the way, and the noise is going behind that goal, you're in a bit of trouble. You're asking for trouble, should I say, as well. So when Liverpool's fans started singing, you're thinking, here we go.
But hey, Liverpool are the title favorites for this one, bro. Liverpool, the way they're just doing what they need to do, they're getting important goals at important times, and they look more consistent than the other three, bro.
We used to think coming here, when we played here, that we could get through that first 25 minutes when it was noisy and it was frantic, and then the calm started to come, and you'd be in the eye of the storm for a bit, and you say, right, now go and win the game, go and get your goal, punish them now when they've calmed down and the noise has gone and the circus is sort of cleared for a little while. But for this game today, it was very different. I thought Arsenal had control in the first half and they didn't have the intent. And it's all about intent and risk and thinking that you're a champion team.
So, so much is happening today, bro. So much is happening. Let me just recap. Sancho, he's gone. Our boy Anthony, he's gone. Lamens coming in. Bro, Lindelof gone to Villa as well. So Colomwani joins Tottenham. So much is happening. So much is happening. Also Newcastle, they've signed Visa. Bro, so much has happened today, bro. So much has happened. And Fabrizio Romano, he said, okay, he said somewhere half past or something. I think half past, or maybe in 45 minutes. He'll give another update on like the midfield situation. We've been hearing reports of Conor Gallagher, but it's not from credible guys, bro.
You're a champion team. It's a mentality. It's the edge. This club have had it in this last 3, 4, 5 years. They've won 2 titles. And they've got a mentality out there today, Van Dijk and a few of the others, that we're going to win this game. We're going to pinch this. And we're seriously going to go and win this game. And we're going to end up on 9 points. And that's what they've done.
It's fascinating psychology, because not many people are champions, and understand possibly within themselves what the difference is.
Really. And that's why I'm annoyed, Peter, because I know this is the toughest ground to come to, the toughest place to win. And you take a draw here, snap. If you said a draw at Anfield every day of the week, you'd snap the hand off. However, if you're going to go and do it and get over the line and shock people, shock the world, shock the country that you are going to be champions and title winners, you've got to go and do something that surprises people that you've not done before. And that was today again for Arsenal. And we're sat here again at the end of the game. Look, it might come. I've tipped them for the title. I'm not going to change after today. I'm not. Because I think that there's an element of belief that I have, that I think, go on, Declan Rice, you can go and be that person who runs.
Nah, I have to disagree with Gary Neville there. I don't see Arsenal winning anything this season, bro. I know they have a better team. Obviously, Gyökeres, he's going to be inconsistent. He'll score in the small games, but big games, he'll be invisible. But Arsenal, I don't see them winning anything this season, bro.
Ødegaard, you can be that player that scores in this game. You know, Madueke, I thought, had a good game today, and I thought that Eze looked sharp when he came on. So there is the talent there to think they can go and do it, but they've got to go and do it. And it's thinking it, it's saying it, it's doing it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what order to do things in, actually, because we've got a lot of transfer business to do. And maybe should we do Liverpool's first, and all the talk around Isak, Guéhi? How are you reading that in the context of Liverpool?
Oh, I mean, Liverpool, 9 points. And the 2 games they've just played, I mean, the first game against Bournemouth was tough enough, we were here. But the 2 games they've just played, I mean, they had a right battle up at St James's Park on Monday night, and to come out of there with a victory was incredible. And then to do this today, that must give them massive confidence. And if they can get Guéhi and Isak through the door, I mean,
so Isak is already through the door. Now they're pushing for Guéhi, bro. So Liverpool, bro, these guys are moving crazy. Even Tottenham, I have to give them credit for Kolomwani and signing somebody like Xavi Simons.
2 starting players, and Isak's one of the top centre forwards in the world. He's a real player. He's the one player, Isak, that I've seen give Saliba and Gabriel and Van Dijk a real hard time over this last couple of seasons. I think he's really caused them problems. He's a different level player. So Ekitike's done really well. The boy Wirtz, we'll talk about him maybe. He looks like he's just finding his feet still, and you know how he can do that, you know, we'll find out.
But I think Wirtz has flopped though. We still have to give him time, but yo, Wirtz, he's been suspicious. He hasn't turned up since he's come, especially for the price tag. If Wirtz played for Manchester United, people would be cooking him, bro. People are already cooking Benjamin Sesko, calling him, Benjamin Tesco.
He's played in 2 bloody difficult games against Arsenal and Newcastle. But Isak coming into that team there today, with Guéhi coming in as well. I thought Konate had his best 78 minutes of the season as well, which was good for him because he's had a tough few weeks. I thought Kirkes stuck at it. It was a tough game for him, but he stuck at it. And I thought Szoboszlai was fantastic at right back. So, look, for Liverpool to be on 9 points, the 2 games they've just had, and think that those 2 could be entering the building off the back end of the international break, they'll be absolutely buzzing and confident as hell.
Together with Wirtz, as you just mentioned him, so we may as well deal with him. I mean, he is very expensive, and I suppose he's bought as a point of difference, isn't he? Someone who can do something special. And you're speaking about him, I think, sympathetically.
Yeah,
because it's very, very difficult to come in and just have that magic moment, particularly given the fixtures, as you said, they've had.
Yeah, and he's had 2 difficult games. I think that anybody finds it difficult to find space against Arsenal. And obviously up at Newcastle on Monday night, he must have felt like a tornado had hit him. I mean, it was like a whirlwind up there, that game. It was incredible. So I can understand why that's just what the hell was that? I can imagine however they got back from St James's Park on Monday night, Wirtz is probably thinking, bloody hell, that's the Premier League. But it's interesting thinking about him, and you asked me about him in the first half, and I was watching him quite a bit in the second half because Liverpool had the ball at the back. And I'm thinking, sometimes you hear expressions, don't you, by coaches, and sometimes you say, you know, he's always on the move. And I'm watching Wirtz, and he's always on the move. And I'm thinking, bloody stand still for a second.
Yeah, with Wirtz, he's doing too much. He's doing too much, and that like he's trying to prove himself too much, right? But I still think he's gonna struggle, bro. The Premier League, it's just not made for him. It's just not made for Wirtz. He's an unbelievable player, but he's just struggling. I don't know why.
The opposite. I'm thinking stand still. I'm watching him there sort of like drift between the lines. I'm thinking he's probably moving a bit too quick. Because I always think sometimes when you're playing in the pocket and in the hole, and I used to see it from a different side. I used to see it from being a defender, and there might be a player that you can see just drifting in the pocket. And I used to think that when they were moving, it caught the eye of the defenders. It caught the eye of the midfield players, and they were easier to mark. I always thought when they just walked and drifted sometimes, and they looked disinterested, and then all of a sudden they made a quick movement, that was when you got done in the pocket. So there's 2 things. One, I think he's jogging across the line, and he can't then really sort of fool or kid people when he gets on the ball. So that's just a little bit of sort of smartness and intelligence. And then the other thing is, I think just the element of being higher up the pitch by 5 or 6, 7 yards and not going too deep, that means that the midfield players for the opposition can pick you up easily and just shield in front. Almost feel like the centre-backs want to come in to get you rather than it actually be the central midfield players are marking you. I think, to me, they're the two things that, look, I'm not a coach, but I think I pretty much know what would cause me a problem. You know, I played against the likes of Gianfranco Zola and Bergkamp and Del Piero for Juventus, those types of players, Zidane, that don't play in those areas. And when they're walking, you're thinking, right, what's he going to do? He's trying to kid me here. Is he going to make a movement left? He's going to make a movement right? He's going to go deeper? He's going to make a run through? You don't know what he's going to do when they're walking or when they're looking a little bit disinterested.
So looks like Jadon Sancho, he's doing his medical. He's already doing his medical for Aston Villa. So that was a done and dusted deal. Fabrizio Romano, we played what he had to say about Jadon Sancho. Here we go. We already played that. Now we're just waiting for an update on the midfield, bro. We're just waiting for an update on the midfield. But Jadon Sancho doing his medical, I don't think players, they barely fail a medical, right? If Jadon Sancho fails his medical, then we're screwed. But that barely happens. So I think the deal is done and dusted, bro. The deal is done and dusted.
When they're jogging, it's actually harder then to turn and change direction. You understand what I mean? So for me, I just think he maybe is a little bit predictable at this moment in time, maybe a little bit deep, but it's very early in his Liverpool career. But I think there'll be Liverpool fans. There'll be 50, 60,000 in here today. And there'll be Liverpool coaches thinking, okay, he needs a bit of coaching. He's not the finished article at 115 million. He's a young lad. He needs work. He needs coaching. He needs and he's got the right man there in Arne Slot because he does get the best out of players. So yeah, I just think two very tough games to play in. He's shown glimpses, but I think there's an element of him fitting in. And if he has Isak up front in front of him and Ekitike, obviously in terms of either of them, but if Isak comes in, I mean, they're going to score an absolute bucket load of goals. And you've got Salah. I didn't even mention Salah, who had one of his probably most difficult games I've ever seen today. I mean, that was him in the second half. You're expecting him. That little touch and that little sort of, push into the far corner. His touch was off today and it was surprising.
Yeah. Lot to get through and people are going to want to hear you talk about Manchester United this week, I know. But before
Gary Neville had a lot to say about United. Obviously, we're not in the best situation, but at least we won against Burnley. We're not in the best situation, but at least we won. We got the result. And my only mindset is, when we get those wins, we got to celebrate, man. I know people say, hey, it's only Burnley, it's this and that. But, bro, these wins will barely come this season. You got to celebrate them while they're coming, man. You got to just genuinely just celebrate them while they're still there because it's going to be a long and hard season. It's going to be a long and hard season, difficult season.
Let's finish what you might call the big three, if we're allowed to say that.
Yeah.
And just in brief, Manchester City have lost today. There's a question, I think, obviously we weren't able to see much of the game, but around their goalkeeping situation, which has become a topic.
Yeah.
How do you read their business and their current state of affairs?
I actually watched most of the game. I came up here early today. I tend to at Anfield just to get clear of everything. It's got a nice position. I didn't think James Trafford was the problem today. I thought that he looked a little bit in fear last week. I thought he looked a little bit like startled against Tottenham. I didn't think he was the problem today. He made a world-class save. But one thing before the game, and I was down there, and the teams came up. And when I look at Matheus Nunes at right back, Aït-Nouri is too early to assess, but he's a new left back. And I look at Kusanov at centre back. I think, all right, okay, Brighton have got a chance. And a few years ago, I mean, obviously on the bench was Ake, Akanji, and Diaz. So if that back four read Stones, Akanji, Diaz, Ake, you'd look at those four. I know they're a bit older in years now, and you think, there's four monsters there, four beasts. They're not going to give you much of a chance. So there's an element, obviously, Kyle Walker's left.
Man City, I know they will bounce back. Obviously, they'll get some wins. They'll finish in the top four. But, bro, they are in crisis as well. They are in crisis, Manchester City. I think this start, especially how consistent Liverpool look like they're... Obviously, anything can happen. Liverpool can fall off and then Man City catch them and surpass them. But just based on the first three games, it's not looking good, bro. It ain't looking good for these guys.
Long ago. But there's an element of looking at City's back four now and thinking, we've got a chance here. Now, Rodri was back in today, but I actually thought in the first half, Ireland could have had 2 or 3, and the game could have been out of sight. So let's put it into context. But the fact that it's not out of sight and it's 1-0, I never felt City were going to keep a clean sheet or were comfortable looking at keeping a clean sheet. When City were 1-0 up 2 or 3 years ago, you could almost write the game off. They keep the ball, pop it around, suffocate teams with possession, and eventually the team would have to do something, and they would either see out a 1-0 win or they'd go and win 2 and 3. That's not this Manchester City now, because with Aït-Nouri at left back, with Matheus Nunes at right back or Rico Lewis, and with Kusanov in the middle, then that's not a clean sheet back four anymore. And it's giving teams a chance, it's giving teams encouragement, which means it puts pressure on the midfield and the forwards to score 2 and 3. And if you only score 1, you're going to the bloody nose. And that's what's happened today. And, you know, well done to Brighton. They just keep, we said on the gantry, didn't we? You know, Brighton bring these players on and you think to yourself, if you go and commentating on Brighton today, you wouldn't know half the players. They just seem to produce like a conveyor belt of players you don't know. And then you get to know them and then they leave. And then you get to know them again and then they leave. It's same every single season. But Gruder, the good boy, it was a special goal, wasn't it? Yeah. I love the little Welbeck little touch off. Great day for James Milner to score the penalty. You think about how old he is and sort of the career he's had, obviously against his old club. But, you know, well done to Brighton, because it had been a difficult start to the season for them. And, you know, brilliant for them. But for City, I didn't think Trafford was the problem today. I think it may come back a little bit in moments where he's young and he's not quite sort of, you know, mature enough to be at the level of Ederson, who's been an outstanding keeper for the last 5, 6, 7 years. But that back four, it's interesting to see what Pep's doing. He's got 3 stalwarts on the bench today. And if he thinks they're past their best years or they're not quite fit or not quite ready, and you're seeing Kusanov and you're seeing Aït-Nouri and you're seeing Matheus Nunes, a lot of Premier League teams will score goals against City with that back four. They will. Just simple as that, because it's not anywhere near the level that it has been over this last 5, 6 years.
More news on the midfield. Looks like that is one to watch, bro. Looks like that is one to watch. A midfielder on loan. Looks like that is one to watch. More noise is just coming out on the midfield. Looks like that is one to watch. Obviously, been keeping everyone updated about everything. We had the goalkeeper over the line. He's at Carrington doing his medical, but that goalkeeper situation, that midfield situation is one to watch. More news. Apparently, the noise is just coming, bro. The noise is just coming out with the midfielder. I wouldn't be shocked if we just hear something out of nowhere. So that is one to watch, bro. Midfield. Man United, do not write us out. Don't write us off a midfielder, bro. Do not write us off a midfielder. We're gonna do what we need to do. But yo, it's crazy.
Okay, Chelsea clearly had some good fortune yesterday.
Yeah.
We've all seen that. But their misfortune was Liam Delap getting injured.
Yeah.
And Nicholas Jackson flying.
Was it hamstring?
I think so, sorry. I would need to be told that.
Yeah, but I mean, you've mentioned Nicholas Jackson. Sorry to cut across you, Peter, but the idea of sort of sending him over to Bayern Munich on loan.
That's what I was going to ask you about.
And the fact that Chelsea have obviously sort of got if it is, I mean, look, it must be a bad injury. But if he's out for 4 to 6 weeks, which a normal hamstring would be, I know Roy mentioned last week about physios don't like pundits talking about injuries because they haven't got a clue what they're talking about. But I mean, look, if Delap's out for 4 or 6 weeks, why would you stop a loan? I mean, that could have happened at any time. I can see why Nicholas Jackson is hurting and bitter. But I can also see why Chelsea as a football club have got to protect themselves. The deal's not gone through, but you've sent the kid over there on the plane, you've accepted the deal, you've said go and do it, and then this happens. Not sure how you get around it, because the reality of it is he would have needed to go over. It's obviously the transfer window's closing tomorrow. It's an unfortunate situation where I can see both sides. I think I saw something earlier that his agent is saying, no, there's no playing back. Well, there will be if Chelsea don't change their mind. Bayern Munich talking to other strikers, potentially thinking the deal's off. But yeah, I can feel for Nicholas Jackson, because yeah, I can see why he's sore.
We seem to be in a transfer window where that included, and that's sort of the flip side of what I'm about to say, kind of all's fair in love and war. And I wonder if Chelsea are playing hardball with Jackson now, because they can, how you feel about the Isak-Wisa situations.
Well, how long have we got? We've got 24 hours, haven't we, till the actual transfer window closes, and they're leaving it right to the death, aren't they? I don't know what's happening with Isak, because you would have expected the noise to have started after Monday night's game had finished at St James's Park, wouldn't you? I mean, why haven't they just, if they were going to do it, why haven't they done it in the last few days? Are Liverpool waiting and saying, look, come to us? I mean, this is a club, to be fair, that masters at transfers in this last 5, 6, 7 years. So they're not going to have the pants pulled down, Liverpool. And Newcastle are rich. Their owners are rich. And to be fair, when you're dealing with rich people, they don't like being messed around either. When you're dealing with proud people, you don't like being messed around. But for Eddie Howe, he'll want his squad and this situation over. You know, he'll want Visser in. I can't pronounce the boy's name from Germany that they've done the deal on. Voltemade, yeah. So they've got one in, but they need Visser. So there's a lot going to happen in this next few hours. I don't think there'll be many club secretaries sleeping tonight in the Premier League. I think they'll be up all night. But yeah, you'd think it'd all get done, wouldn't you? But again, I'm not quite sure. I understand why it didn't get done before the Newcastle-Liverpool game on Monday. That was a hotbed enough as it was. But I expected Wednesday, Thursday it start to move, and it hasn't moved. And we're now Sunday evening, and it's still not moving. And I'm sure
okay,
Arne Slot, who was on that screen there,
Fabrizio Romano is going live. Fabrizio Romano is going live. This is what we've been waiting for. Let me try and get the audio for that. Fabrizio going live, man. Fabrizio Romano going live. Yeah, major. So let's hear what Fabrizio has to say, bro. Fabrizio Romano going live. So, 30 seconds. Obviously, he has like music playing right now. But yeah, Fabrizio Romano, finally. Let's hope he talks about like the midfield situation. But that's the only thing I'm worried about. Midfield. What are we gonna do? And he did say, yo, half past, he'll give an update. And now he's going live. So Fabrizio Romano always keeps his word, bro. He said, yo, this is the time I'm gonna give a here we go for the goalkeeper, and he delivered. And now let's hear the whole situation. Fabrizio Romano, man. Fabrizio Romano. I just hope that as Manchester United, let's see where we are in like 3 seasons, right? I don't want this disorganized situation where one season you're good, the next season you're horrible, the next season it's the same situation. I think let's just build some type of consistency, bro. Let's just build some type throughout like 3 seasons. In 3 seasons, you're competing, bro. That should be the mindset, because it's been chaotic the past 10 years, bro. It's been chaotic. Yes, we've won some trophies, but there's no real consistency in like the Premier League. One season you're finishing 2nd, the next season you're finishing 6th, the next season you're finishing 10th, bro. It's been chaotic the past 10 years, bro. It's been chaotic the past 10 years. That's why I just need, okay, in 3 seasons or something like that, let's hope we're in a situation where we're competing for the Premier League regular, bro. Regular. That's where we need to go back. We need to go back to competing for the Premier League regular, on a regular basis. That should be the target for 3 seasons, right? Omar Barada, he kept saying, while we're waiting for Fabrizio, let me just play a bit of what Omar Barada used to say. What Omar kept saying, bro, because this guy, he kept saying the game plan. Okay, this season is about a foundation. Next season, we're gonna compete. Bro, he kept saying that, bro. Omar kept saying that. So it's been inconsistent from Omar Barada, bro. It's been inconsistent because he's literally sold us a dream. He's literally sold us a dream, Omar. He's literally sold us a dream, Omar. Oh,
in Malaysia, the crowd, as you can see, is loud around us. What does it feel like?
So, Ish, this was a few months ago.
Really passionate and loyal to our team. And how's the mood been around the team this week and on tour in general? How are you gauging it?
It's been good. Obviously, people are still hurting from the loss last week. We all wanted to end the season with a trophy. But the players and the coaches and the staff are doing well. I think they're very focused now on engaging with our fans and starting to think about next season.
And you've been in your post for a year now, and now the dust has started to settle. How do you reflect back on that first season in charge?
Yeah, it's a privilege to work for this club. It's been a difficult season. We're undergoing a transformation on and off the pitch, and we've had to take some really tough decisions to really put the club in the best place possible for the future. And you know, our fans have been incredibly supportive and patient during this process, and I can only say thank you. And now really our job is to focus on the future, learn from what's happened this season, improve, and make sure that we continue aiming to coming back to the top again.
And of course, the fans now, the exciting thing is the transfer window, which opens next week. Is there anything you can share with us about the process and what we're looking for this summer?
Yeah, I can't talk about specifics, but I can say that we've been planning for many months now. We were ready for all the different scenarios. So now we know what we need to do.
So looks like he wasn't ready for the scenario of us not really having a midfielder, bro. He's saying, hey, we're ready for every scenario. Omar Barada, were you ready for this situation of Baleba being overpriced and now we're in a midfield crisis?
We have a very clear idea of where we need to invest in the squad to improve. So Jason, his team, Ruben have been in talks, as I said, for many months. Now it's a question of executing that plan and doing it in a way that is prudent, but at the same time with ambition.
And we know at United we always like to look towards the future. We heard Ruben say that on Sunday, so are you already looking ahead to next season and what might come?
Yeah, Ruben spoke really well on Sunday, and he's right. You know, the past is the past. It's important to learn, as I said. Now we need to stay together, stay united. You know, I can only say again that, you know, thank you to the fans. The owners also been very supportive in this transition year. And now we just need to work really hard and do everything we can to bring the club back to the top. And I'm very excited about what's coming ahead of us. And like Ruben said, now we just need to work really hard as a unit, as a club. And I'm sure the good days will be back, as he said.
We're still waiting for the good days, Omar Barada. We are still waiting for the good days. But, yeah, still waiting for Fabrizio Romano to come there. But, yo, we just need to get back to the top, bro. Get back to the top. Get back to the top.
We are back here live in the stream on YouTube. It's deadline day. Many things are happening. One of the busiest deadline days I remember so far. So let's go straight into the news. What's the last one that you got today?
Look, we have to say that Harvey Elliott is leaving Liverpool and is going to Aston Villa, loan with obligation to buy guaranteed. So it's an obligation that is going to be triggered 100% for sure. But the player still has to undergo his medical, so we wait for the formal steps. But Harvey Elliott is going to Aston Villa. So everything agreed between the two clubs, with player side as well, waiting for the paperwork and for the medical. So Harvey Elliott to Villa is here we go. Then we said about Emi Martinez deal collapsed. Let's see what's going to happen with now Galatasaray or maybe other clubs keen on the player. And also the big exclusive news of the night, because it was 4 a.m. when I mentioned Tottenham and Randall Kolo Muani. Then this morning I told you Martinez with the player, the squad. Why? Clubs, because agreement done. Manuel Akanji could go to Inter from Manchester City. There is a negotiation underway, Inter, Manchester City, for Manuel Akanji on an initial loan deal. So conversations underway for Manuel Akanji. For Kolo Muani, it's a loan with no buy option included. So it's a straight loan for Kolo Muani to Tottenham. Tottenham will pay the salary of the player and get the player on loan, no buy option, no buy obligation. Kolo Muani on his way to medical, and so everything done. Kolo Muani to Tottenham is here we go.
I will also touch base on Manchester United, because the last live we are here, it was like 11:30, something like that. And there was a big news, no? They have a new goalkeeper. I'm talking about Lamens, of course, and here we go. So everything is agreed.
Yes, he's agreed. The player is now in Manchester to undergo his medical and to sign his contract at Man United. I can tell you that the deal is already approved between the two clubs. So after the verbal agreement, they started exchanging all the documents and signing for Senne Lammens. It's 21 million euros plus add-ons to reach almost 25. And so Lammens is new Manchester United goalkeeper. Everything is agreed. And now we will see the consequences, obviously, also on the other deals. I just wanted to add something also on outgoings for Arsenal, for example, because Reece Nelson is going to Brentford. Is a done deal on loan, so that deal is okay and is agreed. The player is on his way to the medical. Chelsea, Raheem Sterling can go to Fulham. There is a conversation ongoing. Ben Chilwell an option for Strasbourg on permanent transfer. So several conversations for outgoings for all these clubs, and we'll add more soon.
Talking about what can happen as well, probably Guehi is one of the biggest one that we can wait in the next hours. What do you think?
Yes, for Marc Guehi, the agreement, I think, will happen. I think this deal will happen. That's my feeling now, because there is big confidence at Liverpool, big confidence. They agreed the sale of Harvey Elliott, £35 million, which is going to be exactly the same fee of the deal for Marc Guehi. The player is ready in London to undergo his medical for Liverpool. Liverpool set up a medical for the player in London, so he doesn't have to travel to Merseyside. So everything is almost ready. Just waiting for a message, a green light from Crystal Palace. Palace signed Igor, former Fiorentina defender from Brighton, on loan deal, no buy option.
Talking about other deals going around Europe as well, Nico Jackson is also another situation that we need to monitor in the next hours. We heard everything in the last 24 hours, 48 hours with Nico Jackson and Bayern Munich, the situation with Chelsea. So what's the status right now? What are the latest on this topic?
Look, I never called this deal off. I just say that Bayern, and this is the reality, sent a letter to Nico Jackson last night to say, okay, you are a Chelsea player, you have to return to London. But the deal was never off. I never posted or said or posted anything on this story too big, saying that the deal is off, because the deal was not off. The deal was on hold, which is different. On hold means let's see what happens. Doesn't mean off. For me, off means doesn't happen. And the deal for Nico Jackson can still happen. They're renegotiating the terms. So I think Chelsea want some difference, obviously, because the situation changed. Bayern and Chelsea are discussing about that. Let's see if they can reach an agreement on these differences. But for sure, the deal for Nico Jackson to Bayern is still alive. Also because at the moment, Bayern, with the other options, obviously is a different kind of player. But for example, Ademola Lookman is a player that they approached, but Atalanta want a permanent deal. So let's see what's going to happen there, because for a permanent deal, in this moment, I don't think Bayern can spend 45 or 50 million euros for this one. So let's follow the situation. I think it's still Nico Jackson, the favorite for Bayern, but we have to follow it step by step.
Okay, Fabri. So
I don't know if you're reading the chat. I don't know if you're reading the chat.
I am.
But I don't know if we have some Wolfsburg fans. I don't know.
I don't know, but I didn't
let
see
me
it.
know if you see some comment, because maybe we have a news
read
for
the
them.
chat. Okay, let's wait. I don't see.
Let's find some of
I'm
them.
reading on Donnarumma. I'm reading about Donnarumma is waiting, right, for the last details to be sorted out. He's actually right now already.
No,
in
he's
Italy.
done, Donnarumma.
Yes,
He's
and
done,
also we have.
He's undergoing his medical right now. He started his medical at 2
Okay.
in Italy. He's in Tuscany with the Italian national team, with the camp
National
of
team, yes.
Gennaro Gattuso. Yeah, and he will fly to Manchester after the international break, but the deal is 100% done.
This is something that is happening a lot today, actually. Players that are in the national team, so actually they're doing the medicals in another location, not where they are based with the teams, no? So that's something that's
this is
happening quite a lot
another beautiful thing of having this long market, another smart thing of this fantastic system. Yeah.
Okay, there is a Wolf fan, actually, I don't know if he's actually.
So no
it's
real
about
update,
Wolfsburg, not Wolverhampton.
It's
Wolfsburg.
Yeah, Wolfsburg, yes.
Okay, let's drop it. So Wolfsburg are signing a player from RB Salzburg called Adam Dagim, talent from RB Salzburg. Deal agreed right now. So Wolfsburg fans, you can say, here we go. Let's see also, guys, what's going to happen with Tyreke George. Update for Tyreke George and Chelsea, because Chelsea outgoings are important. So for Tyreke George, deal off with Roma. As of now, the deal is not happening. It's considered off. And on Tyreke George, English clubs interested. I think we have to keep an eye on Fulham in the next hours, because Fulham want 2 wingers. They are negotiating with Milan for Chukwueze, but still no agreement as of now. With Shakhtar for Kevin, agreement with the club and not with the player, because there is Sporting in the mix. They're negotiating with several players in this moment for the winger position. Don't forget also Raheem Sterling. And then let's see also Tyreke George, because could be an option for Fulham.
Another aspect of today, another news can be also Emiliano Martinez's future, right? Because after what happened with Man United, the deal collapsed. So right now he's not on the verge, but he's in talks with Galatasaray, right? Because there are many Galatasaray fans in the chat that want to know about him.
He is it's a possibility. They are discussing. Let's see if they will make an official bid. At the moment, it's a possibility for Galatasaray. But I can tell you that Galatasaray have one more day. Galatasaray have one more day of market. In reality, they have 10 more days, because the market in Turkey closes on day 10. But to submit the Champions League list, you need to register the players by the end of September 2 in Turkey. So tomorrow they can still do the deal and register Dibu Martinez or any other goalkeeper they decide to sign. So there is this possibility. I think they are all quite cautious, those close to Emi Martinez, because they were hoping to go to Manchester United, is the reality. The deal was quite close. Why it didn't happen? Because Sancho was part of the negotiation, but the deal for Man United was a swap in terms of not same deal, but 2 permanent transfers. Emi Martinez to Man United, permanent transfer. Sancho to Aston Villa, permanent transfer. Sancho is not going on a permanent deal because there was no time to agree on contract terms, no intention to agree immediately on those terms, and so they did a loan for Sancho. But they don't want to do a loan from Villa for Emi Martinez. For Villa, it's permanent or nothing. And so this is why the deal collapsed. Man United signed Lammens, and then we will see now what happens with Dibu. I think we said everything for now, but we will be ready very soon.
We have 12,000 online, so many people watching, 12,000 right now. So we will be back very soon, because I have the feeling that many things will happen today in the next 4 hours. You know, how many hours we have here? 5 hours, more or less.
Yeah, Liverpool fans, stay connected. Last night...
So, hey, Fabrizio has given an update, and... Let's see.
The topic is quite hot.
No time to relax. Okay, Fabri, thank you, and talk to you later in the next hours. Ciao.
Let's see, man. Fabrizio has given an update. Let's see. Let's genuinely see. Obviously, not really the update we were waiting for. We wanted an update on like the midfield, right? No real midfield update. But he spoke about the Sancho situation. We knew about that. We spoke about the Lammens situation. We knew about that. So not really the update we were crying out for, right? We were asking about the midfield. What's going on with Manchester United's midfield? But looks like that nothing will genuinely happen, bro. Because he would have said something if something was gonna happen, bro. He would have said something if something was gonna happen, bro. But just feeling hungry right now. I think I'll leave the stream today right now. Yeah, shout out everybody that joined, bro. It looks like we might not get a midfielder, but yeah, big up Fabrizio Romano for giving that update. The here we go on Lammens, that was a massive W for us. At least Sancho leaving, massive W. Anthony leaving, massive W. But yeah, Tyrell Malacia looks like he's gonna stay. Tyrell here to stay. But at least we got some W's today. No real update on a midfielder. We wanted to see a midfield update, but no real update on a midfielder. But we got some W's. A new goalkeeper, another W. Sancho's gone, and Anthony's gone. So today, bro, it's been busy. But I'm disappointed that midfielders haven't really come in. And looks like if we do make a midfielder, 5 hours to go, bro. 5 hours to go. until the transfer window officially closes. 5 hours. A lot can happen in 5 hours, but yeah, we haven't delivered the way people wanted us to deliver in the midfield. So, hey, shout out everybody that joined this, man. Shout out everybody that joined this. Just gonna eat something, and then yeah, let's hope a midfielder does come, and let's hope it's something, bro. But yeah, shout out.